he noticed the cultivator, who was still watching the spectacle with great interest, and couldn't help but look over. He frowned. "Who are you?" Song Nansure also turned his head and looked at the handsome young man. The young man smiled, stepped forward, and bowed, saying, "I am Hu Buzi." Yoon Ji-fan sized him up for a moment, then suddenly said, "A demon." Upon hearing this, Song Nansure raised an eyebrow slightly. Hu was not surprised that his identity had been exposed. He simply said, "I am from the Fox clan of the northern border. I traveled here and happened to hear that the Joyful Union sect had made a big commotion, so I couldn't help but come up the mountain to take a look. Who knew that I would run into you too?" Song Nansure then said, "They've all left, aren't you leaving?" Hu Buzi smiled and said, "That young lady was a body cultivator from the Vajra sect. You too have probably heard of the Vajra sect's cultivators. The men there are generally not interested in finding a cultivation partner, while the women—" He didn't speak, but gave them a meaningful look. "During the Southern Song dynasty." "Got it, it's a breeding ground for lesbians." With a complicated expression, she said, "Then those people just now, were they all?" Hu Buzi, "It's not that bad, it's not that bad." Just as Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief, he heard him say, "Among the female cultivators, only half are from the Vajra sect. Fairy Song, there is no need to be alarmed." Song Nansure, "You'd be better off not saying anything." Yoon Ji-fan, who had been watching from the side, said, "Song Nansure, let's go." Song Nansure snapped out of his daze and glanced at Hu Buzi. Hu Buzi smiled and stepped aside, not bothering to argue. The two left side by side. After walking quite a distance, Song Nansure finally asked, "Do you think there's something wrong with that Fox clan?" "Cloud," Ji-fong said calmly, "there's not necessarily a problem, but he clearly wants something but doesn't say it outright. He's too calculating." Song Nansure, ever the sarcastic one, remarked that Miss Tian certainly spoke her mind. Yoon Ji-fan glanced over quietly, and Song Nansure immediately shut up. After a long while, Yoon Ji-fan suddenly said, "Nansure, why don't you do a divination for yourself?" Song Nansure, "Huh?" Yoon Ji-fan, "Look at your peach blossoms. Why are they all so unique?" Song Nansure, "Let's figure out why a powerful figure like you, who is at the tribulation transcending stage, has ended up like this. For example, a pretty boy or someone with kidney problems." The two exchanged a glance and decided to go and see the young sect leader, who was giving away ginseng and deer antler for no reason. Behind the two, Hu Buzi's nose twitched slightly, his expression thoughtful. He wasn't lying to them. He really had traveled from the demon realm. What he didn't say was that he had once met the prince of the demon race. Foxes have a very keen sense of smell and will not mistake something they have smelled once. For example, they have the aura of a demon prince. When Song Nansure and his group found the young sect leader, he was directing his guards to carry a large box of things out the door. They ran right into Song Nansure and his group. The young sect leader was overjoyed upon seeing this and said, "These are for you. Since you're here, I don't need to send them over." Song Nansure's forehead frowned. He knew what the gift was without even looking. She couldn't help but ask, "Why are you giving me this?" The young sect leader glanced at Yoon Ji-fan cautiously, then lowered his voice and said sincerely, "I overheard you say that he has kidney problems. We're all friends, and I can't just sit idly by while he's sick. These are all things I dug out from my private treasury, and I'm giving them all to you." His words were earnest and his tone sincere. He was so sincere that if Song Nansure hadn't known the young sect leader's character, she would have suspected he was being sarcastic. But it's precisely because I know the young sect leader's character." She remained silent for a moment, then said to the expressionless Yoon Jifeng, "Quickly say thank you, young sect master." Yoon Jifeng. The young sect leader quickly waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me, no need to thank me." Yoon Jifeng again. He felt that he would probably never be able to shake off the reputation of having kidney deficiency and being a pretty boy. Fearing that he might say something shocking outside, Song Nansure quickly coaxed him back inside. "Free!" As they entered together, Song Nansure realized that the courtyard was much emptier, filled with boxes. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" The junior sect leader said matter-of-factly, "Since I'm no longer the junior sect leader, I naturally have to move out." Song Nansure was taken aback and looked at him. But the young sect leader showed no sign of reluctance or forced smile. On the contrary, he seemed relaxed, and Song Nansure even thought he was somewhat happy. Song Nansure couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you sad?" The young sect leader paused for a moment, then suddenly said, "Actually, when I think about it carefully, I'm not suitable to be the sect leader. I am too young, my talent is not that great, and I have no interest in the dual cultivation techniques of the Hohuan sect. But my mother wants me to be the sect leader. Although the elders think I am not good enough, they also think I should be the sect leader. So I don't know what else I can do besides be the sect leader." He said with a relaxed expression, "But it's different now. I can't be the sect leader anymore, so I can try to do other things." Song Nansure paused for a moment, then asked softly, "So what do you want to do?" The young sect leader scratched his head and said, "Now I know that my mother is a diviner, so I want to learn divination from her." Just as Song Nansure was about to say that this was also good, he heard the little sect leader say again, "But mother said that she is no longer worthy to be master's disciple, so she can't teach me what she learned from master." Song Nansure sighed. The young sect leader looked at her hesitantly and tentatively asked, "Fairy Song, senior master doesn't want to see my mother. Could you help my mother see senior master?" Song Nansure felt sorry for the child, but he refused decisively, saying, "If master sure doesn't want to see me, I can't persuade him." The young sect leader's shoulders slumped. Song Nansure asked directly, "Where is your mother?" The young sect leader hesitated for a moment before saying, "There." He pointed to a bedroom. Song Nansure walked straight over. The young sect leader couldn't help but ask, What is this?" Song Nansure smiled enigmatically. "You went to all this trouble, didn't you? You wanted me to lift the curse on your mother, right?" "I've agreed." The young sect leader felt embarrassed, but almost immediately bowed to her. Song Nansure waved his hand and went inside alone. When she went in, Shi Xinyang was sitting alone by the window, her face without makeup. She didn't look haggard, but she looked very tired. When Song Nansure entered, she was at a loss for a moment, then asked with a hint of expectation, "Did master send you?" Song Nansure shook his head directly, "No." Her expression darkened, but she quickly composed herself and forced a smile, as if she wanted to say something. Song Nansure didn't give her a chance to rack her brains. He stepped forward and placed his hand on her forehead. She instinctively wanted to back away, but she forcibly restrained herself and closed her eyes slightly. A golden light silently entered her forehead. Song Nansure withdrew his hand. "All right." Before Shi Xinyang could react, she opened her eyes in a daze. After a moment, she realized something. "Is it done?" Song Nansure said calmly, "It's over." The curse on her was much milder than that on the old master. Shi Xinyang reached out and touched her forehead. After a moment of silence, she tried to smile, but her smile looked worse than a grimace. It's over. The curse that took her husband's life, threatened her son, and forced her to commit one wrong act after another, has ended. It was that easy. She opened her mouth, then suddenly said, "Tomorrow, I will apologize to the elders. I will accept whatever punishment they deem fit." Song Nansho remained silent. She asked cautiously, after that, "Will Master see me?" Song Nansho sighed and said, "I'll ask him for you." Sure Xingyang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Song Nansho turned to leave, but then she suddenly said, "Actually, there's something about what Mr. Shen asked me to do that I really don't understand." Song Nansho immediately stopped and couldn't help but turn his head to look over. Sure Xingyang didn't look at her, but lowered her head and said, "He told me to raise a shadow ghost to absorb luck, saying that only by borrowing other people's luck could he suppress my fate and my son could live. But at that time I knew that whether Fu could live or not depended not on my fate, but on him. I find it strange that he is so powerful and ascension is only a matter of time. Why would he raise a shadow ghost? You should know that absorbing other people's luck will also cause karma. When the tribulation comes, the more karma there is, the harder it will be to pass the tribulation. So I asked him indirectly." Song Nansho couldn't help but take it seriously. That's what's so strange about her. Shunbi has lived for at least 1,000 years. With his talent and strength, he should have ascended to immortality long ago. Why does he insist on toying with shadow ghosts and curses, and even harming an entire city at will? He is almost no different from a demon. They are still fixated on their birth chart. Then she heard Sure Xingyang say, "He told me that only vulgar and incompetent people would only think about surviving under the rules of heaven." I asked him, "If you don't follow the rules of heaven, how do you pass the tribulation of lightning?" He said that becoming a demon does not require undergoing tribulations, nor does it require following the laws of heaven. She looked up. "Fairy Song, he wants to become a demon." Song Nansho was taken aback, and his brows furrowed. Becoming a demon? In the original novel, didn't Yung Jifeng become a demon? She kept her brow furrowed the whole time, and in the end, she didn't even know how she left. Yung Jifeng looked at her again, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Nansho, what's wrong?" Song Nansho then looked over, stared at him for a long time, and suddenly asked, "Yung Jifeng, if I hadn't met you back then, and you really had become a demon as you thought, what would have become of you in the future?" In the original novel, Cloud Demon fought Jiangji until the very end, and died at his hands before Jiangji ascended to immortality. But Song Nansho no longer dares to believe in the original text. Because there's no such person as Shunbingyi in the original novel. Yung Jifeng thought for a moment and said, "If I were to become a demon." He paused, then said, "At that time, I will have nowhere left to retreat, and I will use any means necessary to ascend." Song Nansho, but 10,000 years ago, not a single member of the demonic sect ascended to immortality. Yung Jifeng smiled, a hint of arrogance in his voice, and said, "Just because they can't doesn't mean I can't." He said calmly, "If I were to cultivate the Tao, that would be fine, but if I were to cultivate the demonic path, even if I were unprecedented, I would ascend to become the first demon god in the cultivation world." Demon god? Song Nansho was suddenly taken aback. Could it be that Shunbi also wants to become a demon god? Song Nansho barely ate dinner and was still pondering things as night fell. She sat on her bed, wanting to ask the heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao was elusive and difficult to discern. She called out to it twice in her heart, but still didn't feel like she was being watched. So she pursed her lips, got up and opened the window to get some fresh air. Then I saw Yoon Ji-fan below the window. Song Nansher. She was speechless. What are you doing? Yoon Ji-fan succinctly replied, keep watch. Song Nansher asked, puzzled, what are we keeping watch for now? Yoon Ji-fan was silent for a moment, then said tactfully, I checked today, and there are quite a few female disciples in the Vajra sect. Song Nansher. So you're starting to be afraid of people climbing through your window again. Yoon Ji-fan didn't speak, but just looked at her very seriously. Song Nansher couldn't help but think that he was really cute when he got serious. She hesitated for a moment, then blurted out, if you don't want others to climb, you can climb. Yoon Ji-fan's expression went blank for a moment before he suddenly realized what she was saying. His Adam's apple bobbed, you. Song Nansher beckoned to him. Yoon Ji-fan's eyes suddenly darkened, and he stepped forward, hooking Song Nansher's neck through the window and biting down on her. Song Nansher felt a sharp pain in his mouth and hissed, are you a dog? Yoon Ji-fan then said softly, woof. Song Nansher laughed. She was about to tease him about this little romantic gesture when she casually glanced up and saw Jiangji standing outside the courtyard gate, staring at them in disbelief. Song Nansher. Yoon Ji-fan noticed. What? You want to turn back immediately? Song Nansher immediately hooked her arm around his neck while glaring at Jiangji. Yoon Ji-fan then asked, what's that noise? Jiangji? He cautiously asked, Wolf? Song Nansher said expressionlessly, it's a dog. Jiangji seized the opportunity and fled. After running quite a distance, Old Man Lu emerged from the jade pendant, and the two looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Old Man Lu asked with a complicated expression, is this how they usually play? Jiangji? He said with difficulty, I don't think they would go that far. Old Man Lu sneered, I was very young when I died. How could I not know what this is? That's called role-playing. Jiangji? Thank you. He didn't know why Yoon Ji-fan was barking like a dog. Now I know. That night, Long Aotian was deeply shaken. Even the next day, when Song Nansher woke up yawning and saw him in the courtyard, he was still in a daze and seemed rather dim-witted. Song Nansher suppressed a yawn and asked cautiously, Senior brother, what's wrong? The eldest brother turned around blankly and saw his junior sister, as well as Yoon Ji-fan following behind her. Junior sister looked radiant and full of energy, but Yoon Ji-fan had dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept well. This contrasts sharply with his junior sister. Jiangji, who had just opened the door to a new world last night, started overthinking things. He held back for a long time, but couldn't help looking at Song Nansher with a hesitant expression. Junior sister, he said. She looked puzzled. He said with a troubled expression, you are still young, unlike brother Yoon. You should focus on cultivation and not indulge in pleasure, understand? Song Nansher, who was suddenly being lectured. Yoon Ji-fan, who was implied to be not young. The two, who were suddenly attacked, were completely dumbfounded. Just as they were about to ask him why he suddenly said that, they saw Jiangji walk away with a troubled look on his face. He looked 10 years older from behind. Song Nansher turned to Yoon Ji-fan, puzzled, and asked, am I that pleasure-seeking? I've only been awake for 2 days, haven't I? Yoon Ji-fan frowned as well. No, you were completely drained of spiritual energy after you lifted Shi Xinyang's curse yesterday. You spent the whole night cultivating to restore your spiritual energy. How could you be enjoying yourself? Song Nansher immediately launched into a mutual compliment, You also stayed up all night to keep watch. You worked very hard too. The two of them thoroughly enjoyed this round of flattery. Old Man Lu, who had secretly slipped out of the jade pendant to eavesdrop, was speechless. Didn't you guys even do role-playing last night? Turns out, in the end, one of you was cultivating and the other was keeping watch. Old Man Lu looked completely bewildered. Is this how young people play nowadays? So when Song Nansure looked up, he saw Old Man Lu floating not far away, looking like he was constipated. Her eyes darted around, she dismissed Yoon Ji-fin, and walked over casually. But just when Old Man Lu thought she would pretend not to see him as before, Song Nansure suddenly stopped a short distance in front of him and asked abruptly, "Senior brother, you didn't come looking for me for no reason last night, did you?" Old Man Lu was startled and didn't realize that they were talking to him. Then his eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "Holy crap! You've finally stopped pretending." Song Nansure, "Yes, I'm coming clean." Old Man Lu immediately started clicking his tongue, and the ghost circled around her as if examining something very novel. Song Nansure. Oh no, she hadn't even said 2 words before she started to regret her decision. Is she just bored? Is she going to confront this old chatterbox? Song Nansure took a deep breath and said, "Does senior brother need something from me? Or do you need something from me?" Old Man Lu clicked his tongue and said, "How did you know something was wrong? Did you figure it out?" Song Nansure rolled his eyes. Senior brother wouldn't come over in the middle of the night if he had nothing to do. Seeing that Old Man Lu was still full of surprise and wouldn't stop talking, she turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, Old Man Lu reluctantly said, all right, I have something to do." Song Nansure stopped, turned around and looked at him, signaling him to speak quickly if he had something to say. Then the old man made a shocking statement, "I know Shenmi. He's the one who killed me back then." Song Nansure was startled and stopped abruptly. She looked around and said, "Shall we find somewhere to talk?" Old Man Lu shook his head and said, "No need, actually I don't have much to say." He remained calm and said, "At that time, he claimed to be called Shen Jiming and took the initiative to befriend me. We talked about everything, traveled together, and quickly became close friends." Song Nansure frowned. He can make friends with people too. Old Lu smiled and said, "I don't know if he can make friends, but at that time, I really felt that he genuinely considered me a friend. Of course, it's possible that he was a great actor, or it's possible that I was just bad at judging people, but that doesn't matter." He paused, then said, "And then I died at his hands." Song Nansure. "Want to be friends? The really intense kind?" Old Man Lu continued, "For many years I have been puzzled as to why he would suddenly kill me, but over the past few years I have gradually come to understand." He looked at Song Nansure and said, "He killed me just before he attacked the Yi family. He was testing whether his avatar could offset the karmic consequences on his body, and I was the test subject." Song Nansure fell silent. After a moment, she said calmly, "Do you want me to avenge you? For the sake of senior brother, I won't charge you." Old Man Lu burst into laughter. He said with a relaxed expression, "I used to think that you fellow disciples had very different personalities, but now I think that you are actually quite similar at times." Song Nansure raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why?" "Old Man Lu, your senior brother has said something similar. Since he has already said it, I'll just wait for him to avenge me. As for you, just take care of that kid surnamed Sure." "The kid surnamed Sure?" Song Nansure almost didn't realize who this was. Then she said, with a complicated expression, "You mean, Old Master Sure?" "Old Man Lu, it's that kid." Song Nansure paused for a moment, looking at Old Man Lu's white beard and eyebrows, and then thinking about Old Man Sure. He said with a complicated expression, "Do you really have to take advantage of this?" Old Man Lu glared and said, "What do you mean by taking advantage? His master and I are of the same generation. Although that bastard is not human, if we're really talking about it, the one surnamed Sure should call me Uncle Master." Song Nansure. Then she would have to call him Grandmaster Uncle. Good heavens, that's 2 generations ahead. If Old Master Sure heard that, he'd be furious. She could only remain silent. Old Man Lu was not satisfied with his reaction, but still said, "All right, I came to see you this time to tell you 2 things. I've been thinking about them day and night these past few days, and I think you should be able to use them." Song Nansure, is it related to Shenbin? Old Man Lu nodded. He calmly said, "Firstly, during the time I traveled with Sheng Jiming, also known as Shenbin, I found that his health was very poor. Several times I almost thought that he was terminally ill. It was precisely because of this that I took good care of him and was almost completely on guard against him on a daily basis. I'm not feeling well." Song Nansure pondered for a moment and said, "How does it compare to Yi Qingzhou?" Old Man Lu sneered. Compared to Sheng Jiming and Shenbin back then, Yi Qingzhou can be considered physically robust. He paused, then said, "Moreover, he really dislikes people talking about his health, and is even quite reluctant to seek medical help. Once, his health was clearly very poor, and I thought he was about to die, but he refused to even see a doctor. I even considered forcing him to see a doctor, but who knew that the next day, his health would suddenly improve?" At that time, Old Man Lu felt only relief, thinking that his dear friend had survived a calamity. But now, some details that I had never noticed before have come to mind. For example, on the day he recovered, a cultivator in the neighboring inn suddenly died, supposedly at the hands of an evil cultivator. But at the time, he was only concerned about his close friend's health and didn't think much of it after hearing about it. But nowadays, he took a deep breath and said, "When I found out a few days ago that Shenbin was actually Sheng Jiming, I thought he was plotting against me from the beginning, which is why he didn't want to use his real name. But now it seems that while that's part of the reason, I'm afraid he just didn't like his real name in the first place. Sheng is ill. He's so sensitive about his poor health. How could he possibly like a name like that?" Song Nansure listened thoughtfully. "Is Sheng ill and frail, suffering from many illnesses? Logically speaking, the original body should be similar to the incarnation, but Shenbin's several external incarnations are now all more robust than the last. Did some miraculous encounter heal his body afterward? Or—" Song Nansure suddenly remembered the curse that Shenbin had placed on the Sheng family back then, now the Yi family. Judging from the time when he created his first avatar, the Yi family should be the first family to be cursed on such a large scale by him. Even if there were curses before, they were probably just minor incidents. Because he was in poor health. If he were physically strong, it wouldn't matter. But if he were physically weak and were to commit further curses, especially large-scale ones, even if he could initially use the shadow ghost to absorb the luck of others to strengthen himself, he would still incur karmic consequences. Given his physical condition at that time, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a small lightning tribulation. Therefore, the first incarnation was both the bearer of his bloodline curse and the bearer of his karmic consequences. So the first incarnation died. However, after that, whether it was Shadow 2, Shadow 3, or Shadow 4, they all lived and thrived. In other words, he did not use his incarnation to bear the karma afterward, but whether it was when he took the old man as his disciple or at other times, he did a lot of evil, even massacring villages at will, yet he still lived well. He met Master Shu right after his own tribulation, in which he nearly died. Master Shu said that the people who died unjustly in that village had probably had their lifespans sucked away by Shen Bingyi's shadow ghost, which is how he survived the tribulation. But since he was able to survive the tribulation, it means that even if his body wasn't fully recovered, he wasn't as weak as Old Man Lu had said. The only difference was that he cursed the Yi family. Song Nanshu remained silent for a moment. She didn't understand what the Yi family had done to make Shen Bingyi willing to sacrifice an incarnation to cast a bloodline curse on them. But what if Shen Bingyi's bloodline curse was to nourish himself through his bloodline by taking all the dead disciples of the Yi family and the declining fortune of the family? The Yi family was in decline, and Shen Bingyi was no longer the sickly person that Old Man Lu had described. That Yi family, they must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to produce such a disciple. Song Nanshu couldn't help but rub his forehead. She asked, "That's one thing, but what's the second?" Old Man Lu thought for a moment and said slowly, "Secondly, since we were close friends back then, I naturally asked him about his teacher." Song Nanshu perked up and immediately looked over. Seeing this, Old Man Lu laughed and said, "Don't be too happy yet. Although he told me, I had never heard of the place he mentioned. Since he made up his name, how do you know that his lineage isn't just a lie to deceive me?" "Song Nanshu, you go first." Old Man Lu, he said he was taught by Wangxiong Pagoda. Old Man Lu is gone. Song Nanshu noted down the 2 keywords Shen Bingyi was already weak and Wangxiong Pagoda, and then left thoughtfully. Then, just as she was leaving, she bumped into Old Man Shu, who had been standing outside for who knows how long. Song Nanshu was startled and felt inexplicably guilty. Then I heard the old man ask, "Who are you talking to?" Song Nanshu, I was careless and didn't notice that old Master Shu was outside. She said guiltily, "I didn't." The old man watched her quietly for a moment, then said, "In this world, some people become evil spirits after death because they have too deep obsessions in life and cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. But evil spirits are still evil. I don't know how you can see it, but no matter how pitiful you are, it's best not to do anything. If you dare to help it, it will dare to eat you without spitting out the bones." Seeing that he was thinking the wrong thing, Song Nanshu immediately said, "It's not me, it's someone from senior brother's side." The old master's eyebrows twitched, and he said, "The evil spirit beside your senior brother. I knew it." The fluctuations in his aura were strange. Clearly there were 2 people. I thought he was being haunted by some evil thing. Just as Song Nan was about to explain that he wasn't an evil spirit, she exclaimed in surprise, "You noticed?" The old man flicked his sleeve. "I'm a fortune teller." After pondering for a moment, Song Nanshu carefully mentioned that the eldest brother was accompanied by an old man, who was Shen Bingyi's close friend who had been betrayed by him. At first, the old man listened with great interest, but as he listened, he fell silent. He paused for a moment, then asked, "What did he say to you?" Song Nanshu looked at him for a while. She wanted him to overcome his inner demons about Shen Bingyi, but this was not a good time. So she thought for a moment and said, "He said you should call him Master Uncle." "Old Master Shu." The old man was furious. He jumped up and shouted, "Bullshit! He wasn't even older than me when he died. What kind of Uncle Master am I calling him?" Then Song Nanshu watched helplessly as the old man went to find his senior brother in a menacing manner. Song Nanshu followed for a while and saw him find his way to his senior brother's courtyard. The good news is that he can't see old man Lu. The bad news is that he can see his senior brother. So, Song Nansure watched in bewilderment as the old master stared at his senior brother for a long time before starting to attack him. Song Nansure, senior brother. He stood there blankly, sword in hand, being relentlessly attacked by Master Sure, while old man Lu slapped his thigh and laughed heartily beside him. One of the two was blind, and the other could see but couldn't hear the other. The senior brother, caught in the middle, became the target of their attacks and was sprayed with spittle. Overwhelmed by the old man, she was at a loss. His pleading gaze involuntarily fell on Song Nansure. Song Nansure remained silent for a moment, then suddenly cupped his hands in greeting and quickly slipped away. At this moment, Yoon Jifin also came out of the room, looking at Master Sure scolding Jiangji, feeling very bewildered. He asked, "Brother Jiang, what did you do to offend Senior Master? Senior Master has such a bad temper." Song Nansure, who was stirring things up, who knows? Jiangji was surrounded by the two old men and they berated him from early morning until late afternoon. An old man who is visible to others, and an old man who is invisible to others, neither of them knows that they have problems communicating with each other. They only occasionally use him as a mouthpiece, so why can they still scold each other? Jiangji was exhausted from being scolded. Just then, Yi Lisou arrived, carrying his brother, looking travel-worn. They really did get here on their own. When they entered, Song Nansure saw Yi Qingzhou start rolling his eyes. Song Nansure was greatly surprised and hurriedly went to greet him, while Jiangji was overjoyed and quickly got rid of the two old men and also went to greet him. After a chaotic scramble, Yi Qingzhou thankfully didn't die at the hands of his own younger brother. Just as Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Yi Qingzhou skillfully take out a handkerchief and start coughing in front of everyone, then spit out blood. Everyone. This familiar feeling. Only his younger brother was shocked. "Brother." Seeing this, Song Nansure sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Carry him into the guest room, and I'll lift the curse for him right now." She was afraid that if she delayed her actions any longer after being tormented like this, the person would die on the spot. Yi Qingzhou wanted to say something, but Yi Lisou, without saying a word, picked up his brother and ran to the room. Yi Qingzhou coughed up another mouthful of blood with a poof. "Song Nansure, it's been a while since I've seen these brothers, and they've really gotten more and more outrageous. Despite all that trouble, he didn't die. I have to say, Yi Qingzhou is incredibly lucky." She chased after him and quickly chased Yi Lisou out, causing a chaotic commotion. When she turned around, she met Yi Qingzhou's gaze. She couldn't help but smile. "Long time no see." Yi Qingzhou smiled as well, his expression calm. "It hasn't been long." He paused for a moment and said, "I thought I would see you again hundreds of years later, after you had mastered the Qin hexagram and achieved great success. I was even thinking about how to live for hundreds of years. Who knew you wouldn't make me wait that long?" Song Nansure smiled, and a golden light flashed from his fingertips. She said, "I've come to fulfill my promise." A golden light flashed and entered Yi Qingzhou's body. The Yi family's 1,000-year-long painful struggle has finally come to an end. Yi Qingzhou lay on the bed, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease in his body, and suddenly laughed until tears streamed down his face. The Yi brothers were very happy that day. Then they decided to treat everyone. They absolutely had to treat everyone. Yi Lisou declared confidently, "I'm definitely treating you all to a meal today. Don't any of you try to stop me." Turning around, she saw everyone sitting in a row, with Yu Jiujiu even holding a bowl, looking very expectant. Yi Yi Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then said, "Let's go up the mountain and hunt some pheasants and rabbits. I'll do it myself today." Those who thought he was really treating everyone. "You truly live up to your reputation." Seeing that the two brothers had actually gone out to hunt wild rabbits, everyone squatted in the yard sighing. Song Nanshu looked around, and when his gaze fell on his junior sister, he suddenly felt that something was missing from her. Then she suddenly opened her eyes wide. "Junior sister, where's your rabbit?" Yu Jiujiu looked at her arm and was also taken aback. She jumped up in a panic. "Oh no. Did he run away? I hope the Yi brothers didn't mistake him for a rabbit and hunt him." At that moment, a black rabbit silently slipped out of the yard along the wall, sniffing something along the way, its nose twitching and its brow slightly furrowed. The next moment, he was lifted up. Then I saw a face that stared in disbelief. The man exclaimed in shock, "You are the crown prince." "Qi Xuan." The rabbit spoke, its voice like a human's. "Who are you? Are you the one who left your scent to lure me out?" As soon as he spoke, the man quickly put the rabbit down and said, "This subordinate, Hu Buzi of the Fox clan, was selected as a guard for the crown prince 57 years ago, but I only stayed for a few days before returning to my hometown for some reason." Qi Shuang thought for a moment and then realized, "You're the guard who was fired back then for stealing chickens from the kitchen." "Hu Buzi, yes." The black rabbit rested its two front paws on its knees, sitting upright. He said sternly, "You've come to see me?" Hu Buzi immediately replied, "Upon hearing of the crown prince's disappearance, I searched among the human race for a whole year, hoping to bring him back. Fortunately, heaven has not forsaken us." His passionate tone moved Qi Shuang. Just as he was about to say something, something suddenly fell out of Hu Buzi's sleeve. He looked down, and Hu Buzi also looked down. It was a secret order from the demon royal family offering a reward for the search of the crown prince. The secret order states that finding him will be rewarded with 200,000 spirit stones. "Qi Xuan." He looked up. Hu Buzi gave an awkward laugh, feeling incredibly guilty. He was actually just traveling among humans when he happened to meet the prince and remembered the secret order, so he wanted to curry favor with him. Who knows? But Qi Shuang didn't have time to pay attention to him. He only had one thought in his mind. This thing absolutely must not be seen by Song Nanshu. Otherwise, she could easily sell him to the demon race. Although she didn't say it explicitly, he felt that she definitely knew he was the crown prince of the demon clan. However, at that moment, a terrifying sound came from behind. "Song Nanshu, junior sister, look. Your rabbit is here." "Ha! What's this?" Qi Shuang's fur stood on end, making the whole rabbit look terrifying. At this moment, he displayed the agility and flexibility of a rabbit, leaping high from his upright sitting position with a spring of his hind legs, landing precisely on the secret order. Then, he looked up and frantically winked at his resentful subordinates. How could a subordinate possibly glean any information from the eyes of a rabbit? He was completely bewildered. But Song Nanshu, who had rushed over with the horoscope, narrowed his eyes slightly because of the other party's unusual behavior. She glanced at Qi Xuan, then at the paper beneath him, and immediately stepped forward. In that instant, Qi Shuang recalled the fear of being dominated by spicy rabbit heads. He had no doubt that once she saw the secret order for 200,000, this terrifying woman would not only sell him, but if conditions allowed, she could even sell him repeatedly. But now he has no desire to go back. Although he can now transform into human form, his injuries have not yet healed, and he still has no clue who was behind the ambush and pursuit. His relationship with his father was lukewarm, and he could only rely on his own power if he went back. Given his weakened position, going back now would undoubtedly be like walking into a trap. More importantly, Qi Shuang paused, a faint sadness rising in his heart. More importantly, Yu Jiaojiao still cannot accept the fact that he can become human. He felt that the reason she was still willing to take care of him now, instead of abandoning him when he first took human form, was firstly because his Jiaojiao was kind and good-hearted. After spending so much time with him, she couldn't bear to see him wandering around helplessly. Secondly, it was because he was shameless. He strategically showed weakness, making her think that he was just a helpless little demon who would surely die if he left her. His girlfriend was quite responsible. After much deliberation, she turned a blind eye and let him stay. However, he felt that Song Nansure, this eccentric fortune-teller, must already know his identity. He even suspected that she knew who he was the moment she saw him. If this woman were to reveal that Jiaojiao was not some helpless little demon, but rather the crown prince of the demon race, she would surely be overjoyed to send him back to the demon race to exchange for that 200,000 yuan with her senior sister. His efforts will inevitably be in vain. Maybe before leaving, he'll get another beating from Jiaojiao for not telling the truth. Thinking about this, Qi Shuang felt a dull ache all over his body and became even more sorrowful. He has tried his best for over a year, but he still can't transform into human form in front of Jiaojiao. In fact, Jiaojiao can't help but raise her fists whenever he opens his mouth. The layers upon layers of scars on his body are all proof of his hard work. But what about Song Nansure? If she asked, Jiaojiao would definitely give her that 200,000 yuan. On one hand, there was sadness, and on the other hand, there was fear of being dominated by Yu Jiaojiao's fists. Under the combined effect of these two factors, Qi Shuang's potential was unleashed. The moment Song Nansure squinted and reached out to grab him by the back of the neck and lifted him up, he kicked off with both hind legs and sent the secret order flying. It floated slowly in the air for 2 circles. At that moment, Qi Shuang's gaze was fixed on the secret order, and Song Nanshure's gaze also fell on the secret order. A single second stretched into an eternity. Under their watchful eyes, the secret order swayed gently and landed precisely in Hu Buzi's arms. Hu Buzi looked completely bewildered. Even if he was slow-witted, he could now see that the crown prince didn't want anyone to see the secret order. He immediately became clever and quickly grabbed the secret order and stuffed it back into his sleeve. Song Nansure paused for a moment, then picked up the rabbit and brought it to his face, giving him a friendly smile. Qi Shuang was terrified by her laughter. In such a short time, she probably didn't see what was written on the secret order, right? Probably not. Qi Shuang felt uneasy. Song Nansure tossed the rabbit directly to his junior sister behind him, saying affectionately, "Junior sister, this is... your rabbit is fine." Yu Jiaojiao caught it instinctively, smiling sweetly, "Thanks to my senior sister." Qi Shuang landed dizzily in her beloved's arms. When she looked up, the panic in her heart was immediately healed by her sweet smile. At this moment, he felt that he had no regrets in this life. Then Yu Jiaojiao hugged him and subconsciously tightened her grip. Click! Qi Shuang's smile immediately froze. Hu Buzi, who was on the other side, also heard the sound and immediately looked over in horror. They saw their own prince supporting the other rabbit paw with one rabbit paw. Then, with a snap, he reattached his severed arm without changing his expression, and then, taking advantage of the moment before Yu Jiaojiao could throw him out, he took the opportunity to cuddle with her. Hu Buzi, So this is what their life was like after their crown prince went missing. He was struggling with whether he should rescue the prince, given that he was a member of the demon race and had once been the prince's subordinate, when he saw the prince's rabbit face beaming with a happy smile because of the kiss. Fu Budi. Oh no, the crown prince has been beaten senseless. When he looked at Song Nansha and Yu Jiujiu again, his eyes were strange. He initially went up the mountain simply because he heard about what happened at the succession ceremony of the Hehuan sect and knew that there was an extraordinary figure here. But now it seems that this person is more than just extraordinary. This is absolutely horrific. Their crown prince is surrounded by this group of people. Look what they've been forced into. Hu Buzi glanced again at the crown prince, who was hurrying to close the door, and looked away, unable to bear the sight. Then, in the blink of an eye, he saw Song Nansha smiling kindly. Fu Budi. He was a little scared by her laughter. Song Nansha spoke gently. Young Master Hu, is that right? Hu Buzi, the fox, was somewhat flattered and quickly said respectfully, I didn't expect Fairy Song to still remember me. Song Nansha immediately became even more amiable. I remember, of course I remember. She smiled and asked, how did you manage to run into my junior sister's pet, young Master Hu? Hu Buzi felt a shiver run down his spine at the mention of pet, then racked his brains and said, well, I was just taking a walk here when I suddenly bumped into your junior sister's pet. It was just a coincidence, a complete coincidence. Song Nansha still smiled and said, I see. Thank you very much, young Master Hu. We were worried he would get lost. Hu Buzi chuckled dryly. It's nothing to mention, nothing to mention. Song Nansha fell silent, then turned around and said, We've found the rabbit too, junior sister, let's go. Yu Jiujiu had already pulled the rabbit out of her arms and hung it on her shoulder with a look of disgust. Qi Shuang didn't care at all and didn't notice Song Nansha's subtle gaze as he looked at him. The group left just like that. Hu watched their retreating figures, hesitating for a moment about whether or not to save them. He was, after all, the crown prince. But considering how badly the crown prince had been treated, and now he was all alone, he didn't hesitate for long before abandoning the idea with a very superficial attitude. Oh well, he's no longer the crown prince's subordinate anyway. He took out the secret order from his sleeve, looked at it, and then silently put it back. 200,000 spirit stones are easy to obtain, but not something he can afford. With the demon race in such a complicated situation and the crown prince in a weakened position, he needs to consider whether he has the ability to earn the merit of following the dragon before rescuing people. I'd rather go home and eat something. Hu, without a second thought, turned and left. Song Nansha had been watching Qi Shuang thoughtfully the whole way, which made Qi Shuang snap out of his reverie. When he turned his head, he met Song Nansha's scrutinizing gaze, and for a moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. He froze instantly. I turned around and pretended I hadn't seen anything. Then, he heard Song Nansha casually ask Yu Jiujiu, Junior sister, what kind of person do you like? Qi Shuan was also very curious about this question. For a moment, he forgot his fear and couldn't help but prick up his ears. Then Yu Jiujiu began to think seriously. Then she said seriously, I don't like people. Qi Shuan. His heart sank. Song Nansha, however, seemed to understand and said thoughtfully, I understand. Then she asked, so, do you like money? Having followed Song Nansha for so long, Yu Jiujiu has learned some of his essential skills. So she honestly replied, I like it. Qi Shuan. He sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, Song Nansure coaxed, "Do you think 200,000 spirit stones is too much? Do you want it?" Qi Xuan. She did see it after all. It's over. He's not going to live much longer. When he returned to his residence, Qi Shuang was completely dejected. When Yung Jifeng saw them return, he was about to greet them when he sensed something was wrong with the rabbit. He glanced at Song Nan and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with it?" Song Nansure said nonchalantly, "She's probably just tired. She'll be fine after a rest." Just then, the Yi brothers returned with pheasants and rabbits. Yi Lisho, holding a rabbit, happily asked, "How are we going to cook this rabbit?" Song Nansure glanced at it and gently suggested, "Spicy rabbit head, please." Qi Shuang froze for a moment, then silently hid himself in Yu Jiaojiao's hair. Then they actually ate a spicy rabbit head meal. In the afternoon, Jiang Yuan, who had finally settled his two fellow disciples, appeared and presented them with the promised reward. The original price was agreed to be 50,000 spirit stones, but because Jiang Yuan took the initiative to raise the price halfway through, it became 100,000 spirit stones when it reached Song Nansure. 100,000 spirit stones. Even Zhu Xiu, the richest among them, was astonished. Song Nansure was unusually generous and immediately began distributing spirit stones. The others couldn't refuse, so they each took 10,000 spirit stones as a token gesture. After all, the main force came from Song Nansure. Everyone felt that Song Nansure was exceptionally generous this time. Even Qi Shuang couldn't help but think that since Song Nansure was being so generous, he probably didn't need his 200,000 spirit stones. Just then, Yung Jifeng asked, "Why are you being so generous this time?" Song Nansure waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's all right. I've calculated that I'll have a large income in the future." Qi Xuan, who was receiving a large sum of money. "Oh no, she's still up to her old tricks." But Song Nansure, still harboring wicked intentions, did nothing more, only occasionally glancing at Qi Shuang with that eerie look, which sent chills down Qi Shuang's spine. He was being watched for 2 days, until the Yi brothers had already set off back to Zhongnou City, but Song Nansure still remained inactive. That evening, he couldn't resist. Seeing that Yu Jiujiu was in a good mood, he wanted to tell her about it. Then he started to speak. A clear voice rang out in the room. "GL." Yu Jiujiu, who was very happy after finishing her meal, thought to herself. Her smile gradually faded, and she stared stiffly at Qi Xuan, who was speaking. Qi Xuan immediately sensed something was wrong and was about to intervene when Yu Jiujiu, in a panic, threw a punch at him. "Don't talk. I can't control myself." Bam! Qi Shuang slid softly down the wall. He immediately and skillfully touched his ribs, and was surprised to find that only one was broken. It's just a rib. In the past, it might have taken him a day to recover, but now, he didn't even need half an hour. Jiujiu only broke one of his ribs. Jiujia showed mercy. Jiujiu really loves him. The demon prince, who seemed to grow stronger with each beating, was deeply moved. Outside the door, Song Nansure, who had heard his junior sister chasing after a rabbit, couldn't help but shake his head upon seeing the scene. Yung Jifeng also stepped forward and couldn't help but say, "This rabbit, how come it seems to be getting more and more resilient?" Even a body cultivator who specializes in cultivating copper skin and iron bones couldn't withstand a punch from junior sister, right? Song Nansure said nonchalantly, "Isn't that perfect?" Yung Jifeng glanced at her twice, paused, and said with a hint of sourness, "You've been staring at that rabbit these past few days. Do you want to eat it? I can catch one for you." Song Nansure, She didn't actually want to eat the rabbit. She was assessing whether she still had any morals left. For example, could we sell my junior sister, her future Daoist partner, and exchange her for 200,000? It turns out that she still has a high sense of morality. After hesitating for so many days, she still didn't dare to make a move. She is truly a person of high moral character. Perhaps we should ask our junior sister if she wants a Daoist partner. Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. Seeing that she didn't speak, Yoon Ji-fin, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but start to consider whether he should go out to catch rabbits in the middle of the night. But before he could catch the rabbit, an elder from the Immortal Alliance came to his door in the middle of the night. He arrived in a hurry, and as soon as Song Nansure saw him enter, he couldn't help but ask, "Elder, have you come to deliver the spirit stones from my house that I've confiscated?" In the past few days, the Immortal Alliance has been confiscating the assets of the dead ones, a move that can be described as quite significant. Song Nansure had been waiting for the Immortal Alliance elders to give him a share of the spoils, and seeing this, he couldn't help but give them a hint. The elder of the Immortal Alliance paused, then let out a dry laugh. Then, as if nothing had happened, he changed the subject, saying, "I'm here to deliver your invitation." Song Nansure was slightly disappointed. "It's not a spirit stone." Immortal Alliance elder. He abruptly changed the subject, saying, "It's an invitation from the demon race." Chi Shun, who was inside the room, twitched his ears when he heard the word demon race. Song Nansure was also moved. She took it, opened it, and pondered, "The Immortal Cultivation Conference? What's this?" The elder of the Immortal Alliance smiled and said, "It is a joint exchange conference between the Immortal Alliance and the demon race, aimed at allowing young talents from both races to exchange ideas and resources." Song Nansure understood. In other words, bring together the best young fighters from both races to compete, show each other that their future is promising, and that no one should cause trouble. Song Nansure didn't know much about this Immortal Dao assembly, and didn't have any special reaction. But Chi Shun, who was listening intently from inside the door, couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't the Immortal Cultivation Conference held every 30 years? It hasn't even been 20 years since the last conference, so why is it starting again all of a sudden? But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he, as the crown prince of the demon clan, cannot be absent from the Immortal Dao assembly. Although the demon clan royal family has already issued a secret order, and those who should know about his disappearance know, most of the demon clan still don't know. If he doesn't appear at the Immortal Dao assembly and ordinary cultivators of the demon clan find out, his position will definitely be unstable. But if he goes back, Chi Shun was suddenly caught in a dilemma. At this moment, Yoon Ji-fin, who had some knowledge of the matter, also asked, "Has the Immortal Cultivation Tournament been held ahead of schedule? Why so suddenly?" The elders of the Immortal Alliance didn't know why it happened so suddenly. There had been no movement until yesterday, when the leader of the Immortal Alliance and the Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan suddenly announced that the Immortal Dao Conference would be held ahead of schedule due to the abundance of talented individuals from both clans in recent years. But everyone knows that's definitely not the reason. Moreover, he was specifically instructed to invite Song Nansure and others. He then laughed and said, "Perhaps it's because both races have produced a lot of talented people in recent years." Song Nansure and Yoon Ji-fin exchanged a glance, neither of them commenting. Song Nansure simply smiled and said, "Then let's accept this invitation." The Immortal Alliance elder breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave. As if remembering something, Song Nansure immediately reminded him, "All right, is that one dead?" The elder of the Immortal Alliance gritted his teeth and forced a smile, saying, "The fairy has also made a great contribution to the matter of whether she is dead or not. I will have my disciples send spirit stones to the fairy tomorrow." Song Nansure was satisfied and said with a gentle smile, "I don't need much. It's your duty as the Immortal Alliance, so just give a token amount." The elders of the Immortal Alliance really wanted to offer something in return. But he dared not. He left in grief and indignation. As soon as he left, Song Nansure and Yoon Jifeng exchanged a glance and immediately went to the small study. Meanwhile, Chi Shuan, who was inside the room, also felt that he had to go and see them. He pressed his aching ribs and slipped out the door quietly. At this moment, at the border between the demon race and the human race, a dilapidated tower stands amidst the mountains and forests. In front of the tower, two middle-aged men squat on the ground, sighing and lamenting. The two men, squatting like the village elders, were dressed in demonic crowns and had the Immortal Alliance leader's token hanging from their waists. The Alliance leader sighed first. "Why is this tower suddenly making noise?" The Demon Emperor sighed. "You're asking me? Who should I ask? I was the closest, and by the time I got here, the seal had already been broken. I was almost scared to death." The two of them sighed together again. After a long pause, the Alliance leader asked, "The Immortal Alliance is in an uproar. Everyone is asking me why I suddenly started the Immortal Dog Conference ahead of schedule without consulting them. I didn't explain anything. Is this Immortal Dog Conference even useful?" The Demon Emperor was a little smug because he was quite powerful among the demons. He said, "According to what our ancestors left behind, a glimmer of hope lies in the Immortal Cultivation Conference. Just to be on the safe side, didn't we send invitations to all the suspects? That should be foolproof, right?" The Alliance leader muttered, "How could our ancestors be so certain that the person who brought a glimmer of hope would definitely appear at the Immortal Cultivation Assembly? What if they don't come?" Even the Demon Emperor sighed. This happened so suddenly, and his son hasn't been found yet. He doesn't know whether he should mention the reward again. Meanwhile, Song Nansure was in the study staring at Chi Shuang over 200,000 yuan, while Yoon Jifeng looked completely bewildered beside him. "Yoon Jifeng, why did junior sister's rabbit suddenly run out?" Then the rabbit spoke, "Fairy Song, let's cooperate." Yoon Jifeng exclaimed in surprise. The rabbit spoke. He immediately stepped forward to catch the rabbit. Song Nansure quickly pressed him down and comforted him. "This is the prince of the demon race. We should show him some respect." Yoon Jifeng was even more shocked. The crown prince of the demon clan. Song Nansure ignored him and asked the rabbit, "How does the crown prince intend to cooperate?" The rabbit puffed out its chest and raised its head. "I can let you earn that 200,000, but Fairy Song must ensure that I return safely." After he finished speaking, just as he was waiting for Song Nansure to negotiate, Yoon Jifeng lifted him up in one go. The crown prince was shocked. "I am the crown prince." Yoon Jifeng didn't even raise his head. "The demon royal family is the whole rabbit. I need to see if you're really that kind of person." The prince struggled, shouting, "You! How dare you!" He looked at Song Nan, hoping she would intervene. But Song Nansure pretended not to see it. Then she negotiated, "I can agree, but on one condition." The prince struggled as he managed to say, "Speak." Song Nansure immediately said, "We can do this. I'll sell you first, send you in, and make 200,000. Then you escape, and I'll send you in again, making another 200,000. I'll take 400,000 then, and I'll definitely put in double the effort to provide you with double the security. It's a win-win situation for us, isn't it wonderful? Crown Prince. He stared at her in shock. The time gate even forgot to struggle. It was only natural for Song Nansure. Yoon Ji-fan pretended not to hear. He pointed at them, his finger trembling. You all. How could there be such a shameless couple in this world? End of this chapter. Chi Shuang came with a confident look, but left with a long face. Looking at the rabbit's heavy back from behind, Song Nansure felt a slight pang of guilt, but the thought of 400,000 yuan immediately dispelled it. Yoon Ji-fan, however, still had a conscience. He glanced at Chi Shuan and hesitated, saying, "Aren't we bullying him? Or is it just my imagination?" Song Nansure thought to himself, "Your intuition is pretty accurate." But on the surface, she said quietly, "No, I have already restrained myself." It's surprising that Song Nansure still uses the word restraint. Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but look over. Then Song Nansure said with lingering enthusiasm, "Originally I could have sold to him 4 or 5 times to make more money, but now, for the sake of my junior sister, I'm only going to sell to him twice. That's already showing mercy, and he should be grateful." Yoon Ji-fan. That demon prince owes you a thank you. Yoon Ji-fan rubbed his forehead and said, "What's going on with the Immortal Doll Conference? I just calculated that it's only been 18 years since the last Immortal Doll Conference. This is too sudden. The reasons they gave are completely untenable. The reason why the two races decided to hold the Immortal Cultivation Conference ahead of schedule is because of the emergence of many talented people in recent years. Only a naive and innocent person would believe such obviously made-up reason." Just as Yoon Ji-fan was thinking this, he heard Jiang Ji, the naive and innocent one, walk past their window and muttered to himself, "In recent years, both clans have produced so many talented people that we have to hold the Immortal Doll Conference ahead of schedule. It seems that I was still short-sighted and arrogant, and I need to continue to work hard." Then Long Aotian, full of energy, went off to compete on his own. Yoon Ji-fan. Song Nansure. The two exchanged a glance. Yoon Ji-fan remained silent for a moment before saying, he believed it. Song Nansure, yes. She felt a little embarrassed and silently looked away. Then she forcefully steered the conversation back on track, saying, "The Immortal Doll Assembly is such a big event that it can't be moved up just like that. It's one thing for the Demon Emperor, but this Demon Emperor is quite autocratic in the demon race. If he said it would be moved up, even if someone in the demon race had any objections, they would be quickly suppressed. But the leader of the Immortal Alliance is different from the Demon Emperor. The Immortal Alliance is a management and coordination organization formed by various sects, families, and city-states in the cultivation world. Theoretically, its most important role is to balance power and coordinate all parties. However, in reality, it mostly does household registration work, such as registering and filing various sects to prevent them from becoming illegitimate sects, and registering and filing various independent cultivators to prevent them from committing evil deeds and being unable to find anyone. Of course, what they like to do most is actually collect taxes. The nature of the Immortal Alliance leader is actually similar to that of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Although he is nominally the leader, his real power is limited. The Demon Emperor can act arbitrarily, but the Immortal Alliance leader must consult with the major sects and families before making any major decisions. Song Nansure knew that all the major sects and families had actually sent people to the Immortal Alliance, just so that the Immortal Alliance could contact them when making important decisions. However, The fact that the Immortal Dog Conference is being held ahead of schedule is neither a big nor a small matter, yet the major sects have not made any move, clearly indicating that they are also quite bewildered. Take, for example, the Wuyang sect, where Song Nansha lived. If they also knew that the Immortal Dao Assembly was to be held ahead of schedule, then the invitation to the Immortal Dao Assembly should have been sent from the Immortal Alliance to the Boundless sect, then from the Boundless sect to Song Nansha, and finally the Boundless sect's leader or elders would lead the team to the Immortal Dao Assembly. Instead of skipping Wu Yinzong and sending the invitation directly to Song Nansha. It seems the Immortal Alliance made this decision suddenly. Moreover, the elders of the Immortal Alliance seemed to know nothing about it, suggesting that this decision was not even discussed within the Immortal Alliance. Could it be that the leader of the Immortal Alliance and the Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan got drunk together and then made this decision on whim? Song Nansha. The Demon Emperor is one thing, but isn't the leader of the Immortal Alliance afraid of uproar from all the major sects? Or has it already exploded? Can they really agree? Beside him, Yung Jifeng was flipping through their invitation. After a moment, he pondered, moreover, this Immortal Dao Conference is being held in the Demon Clan. Song Nansha, what happened to the demon race? Yung Jifeng then said, the Immortal Dao tournament should have been held alternately between the demon race and the human race. The last Immortal Dao tournament was held by the demon race, and this year it should have been held by the human race. But now it's not only being held ahead of schedule, but it's also taking place in the demon realm. Song Nansha thought for a moment and asked, did you go to the last Immortal Dao Conference? What kind of things were included in the Immortal Dao Conference? Upon hearing this, Yung Jifeng paused for a moment, then said somewhat embarrassedly, I received an invitation to the last Immortal Dao Conference, but I was out on a mission with my disciples at the time, so I didn't attend. Song Nansha understood. The idea of taking disciples out on missions is probably because the Yung family doesn't want their prodigy to become famous. Song Nansha didn't say anything, but said with some regret, I was just born 18 years ago, and I never got to see what the Immortal Dao Assembly was like. Yung Jifeng. He inexplicably felt as if an arrow had pierced his chest. 18 years ago, he was already traveling around with his family members, while Song Nansha had just been born. He fell silent. Song Nansha glanced at him, a half-smile on his face, and asked, what's wrong? Yung Jifeng said in a somber tone, it's nothing, let's continue. He looked dejected, his eyes lowered, but he still pretended to be nonchalant. They looked so pitiful. What's the point of continuing? If you don't comfort your boyfriend at this point, you're not human. Song Nansha stepped forward and pecked him on the lips, then quickly left. Yung Jifeng paused for a moment, then almost immediately caught up with her, pressed down on the back of her head, and pinned her down. Song Nansha felt as if his lips had been bitten. She hissed and deliberately said, didn't you say you'd continue? Yung Jifeng suppressed his anger again, saying vaguely, yes, I'm continuing. Then she felt a pain at the base of her tongue. Song Nansha. This man is really going too far. Meanwhile, Qi Xuan, who was slowly making his way back to Yu Jiaojiao's room, was also brewing something big. This important matter might be insignificant to others, but for him, it was a matter of life or death. When he reached back, Yu Jiaojia had just finished her late-night snack. There were 6 or 7 empty bowls stacked next to the table. She touched her stomach and looked very happy. Qi Xuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling safe now. Then, seizing this safe opportunity, he spoke in a human voice right in front of Yu Jiaojia. Jiaojia. Yu Jiaojia froze instantly, looking over in horror, her little face itching to pounce. Qi Shuang felt a dull ache in her ribs when she saw the fist, but she also found her current appearance adorable, experiencing a bittersweet feeling. But he knew that the price of Jiaojiao's cuteness was his own rib, so he immediately said, "Jiaojiao, calm down, I have something very important to tell you." Seeing that she didn't stop at all, her fist immediately pounded into his chest, and he quickly added, "Your senior sister knows too." And then the fist stopped. Qi Shuang looked at the fist and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. All that he said couldn't compare to the word senior sister. But he got used to it after a while, and at that moment Yu Jiujiu asked, "What's wrong, senior sister?" Qi Shuang paused for a moment, then took 2 steps back imperceptibly and said cautiously, "Of course, before we talk about that, I have to be honest with you about something." Yu Jiujiu was also wary. "Go on." Qi Shuan quickly said, "I'm sorry, I lied to you. I'm not actually a helpless little demon. My true identity is the crown prince of the demon clan." Immediately, he skillfully covered his head with his 2 rabbit paws, making a gesture as if he were about to be hit, and said calmly, "All right, you can hit me now." Yu Jiujiu, who should have been furious after being scammed, was speechless. Should she hit him or not? In the end, Qi Shuan, who had revealed his identity as the crown prince of the demon race, still took 2 punches. He rubbed the dark circles under his eyes that were hidden beneath his black fur, feeling quite satisfied. He lied to her. Such a big thing, and she only punched him twice. She's so gentle and kind. She must have feelings for him. And most importantly, she couldn't even hear her own voice before, but now he can at least talk to her in his original form. So those 2 punches were worth it. After mentally lecturing himself, the demon prince looked at Yu Jiujiu, who had a conflicted expression, and comforted her. "Jiujiu, does your hand hurt? Have you vented your anger? Do you want to punch me a couple more times?" Yu Jiujiu. She was so scared. "Senior sister, this demon is not only a prince of the demon race, he also seems to be a pervert." She swallowed hard and said cautiously, "What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it." Qi Shuan felt a pang of regret that she hadn't caught. Then he cautiously and carefully recounted their trip to the demon race and his deal with Song Nansha. He also muttered to himself, "Fairy Song is planning to exchange me for 2 bounties." Yu Jiujiu was shocked. Qi Shuang felt somewhat relieved upon seeing her reaction. Then Yu Jiujiu exclaimed in shock, "Senior sister is only planning to use you to exchange for the bounty twice? Shouldn't she be exchanging you 5 times? This isn't like her at all." Qi Shuan, he said wearily, "In short, I ended up here after being ambushed and killed in the Northern Territory. I still haven't found out who ambushed me. Although I have many brothers, they were all under my control before I became the Crown Prince. They don't have the ability to kill me. I suspect they are my father's enemies. So after you arrive in the Demon Clan, you must be extremely careful." Before he could finish speaking, he heard a loud crash and the table shattered. He paused, then looked up. Yu Jiujiu immediately withdrew her hand, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Sorry, I was a little scared when I heard that, so." She said, "I used a bit too much force." Qi Shuan, looking at the completely shattered table, he suddenly felt that perhaps he didn't need to worry anymore. The next day, Song Nansha received 50,000 spirit stones delivered by someone from the Immortal Alliance. Song Nansha felt that the Immortal Alliance was a bit stingy. But she didn't mind, and after accepting it, she prepared to set off. Then she was told that if they wanted to go to the demon realm, they needed to obtain an entry permit first. Song Nansher. She was puzzled. Entry order. The Immortal Alliance disciple replied matter-of-factly, "The demon race is not under the jurisdiction of the human race. If you trespass without an entry permit, what's the difference between that and provoking the demon race? Fairy Song, for the sake of peace between the two races, you must first obtain an entry permit." Song Nansher. Got it, it's a cross-border passport. She couldn't help but look at Qi Shuang. He doesn't have an entry permit either, right? Wouldn't his situation be considered illegal immigration? If she reports him to the Immortal Alliance, will she get a reward? She struggled to pull herself away from the idea of exchanging him for the prize money and asked what to do about the entry order. Most importantly, how long will it take? The Immortal Alliance disciple smiled humbly. Very soon, very soon. Then they went through the process for a full 2 weeks. This efficiency was so slow that even experienced officials felt it was excessive. Song Nansher understood something in his heart. In the past few days, she received a communication talisman from the sect, inquiring about her invitation to the Immortal Dao Conference. Clearly, just as Song Nansher had guessed, the Immortal Alliance leader and the Demon Emperor acted first and informed the Emperor later, leaving all the major sects completely bewildered. After asking, the sect leader didn't say anything, only telling her to go ahead, and that the demon race would meet up then. The current situation is most likely due to the Immortal Alliance acting first and then informing the major sects, which caused an uproar. However, the Immortal Alliance did not want to cause trouble at the Immortal Dao Conference, so it could only hold back the entry order and resolve the matter while the invited people could not enter the country. On the 16th day, their entry permit was finally issued. Thus, Song Nansher also knew that the Immortal Alliance had probably managed to win over the major sects. I just don't know how they came to this agreement. However, since the entry order had already been issued, Song Nansher bid farewell to the old man Shu, who, despite all his persuasion, refused to travel thousands of miles to the demon race, and the group left the Hehuan sect in a hurry. When they left, Elder Shu came to see them off. The young sect leader also came, and even Shu Xinyang, who rarely left her room, came. Song Nansher stood on the teleportation array, turned around, and suddenly waved to Master Shu. She shouted, "Old man, wait for me to come back from Wuyang sect. I'll treat you to drinks when I get back this time." This time, Song Nansher had money, so he directly boarded a teleportation array, manipulated 2 teleportation arrays, and traveled for days before finally getting a glimpse of the demon race. However, the Immortal Cultivation Assembly is not here yet. They still need to cross half of the demon race to reach the border between another demon race and the human race. Song Nansher was in a daze and couldn't hold on any longer. After entering the demon realm with the entry permit, he found a demon town and wanted to settle down first. Upon seeing the town, the demon native Qi Shuan said directly, "I think you might not want to live here." Song Nansher asked in confusion, "Why? This town isn't small." Qi Shuan said with some difficulty in explaining, "Because this is the town." Seeing that they hadn't reacted yet, he leaned on Yu Jiaojiu's shoulder and lowered his voice, saying, "The town of Bi is inhabited entirely by Bi demons. The leader of these Bi demons, who is also the mayor of Bi town, is the Queen Bi and the Queen Bi." He paused, his voice heavy with awe, and said, "Their race practices polyandry, and the Queen Bee is the only one in their race who can marry a queen consort." Song Nansher. Everyone. In that instant, many things flashed through Song Nansher's mind, such as the hierarchical structure of a beehive he had learned in his previous life, and his junior brother from the Wuyang sect who was said to have run away with a demon girl from a race that also practiced polyandry. Moreover, With such a thrilling premise, she even wondered if she had somehow traveled to High-Ten City. The group exchanged glances, and finally, with a mixture of caution and excitement, Zhu Xiu asked in a low voice, "Should we go in?" Song Nansure paused, unable to contain his eagerness, and whispered, "Since we're already here, why don't we go in and take a look?" Thus, under Song Nansure's "since we're already here" spell, the group exchanged glances for a moment before cautiously stepping into the first town that would overturn their perceptions of the demon race after they arrived. As soon as she entered, Song Nansure noticed that the entire town was decorated with red and colorful decorations, as if someone was celebrating a wedding. However, seeing the spectacular scene of the whole street wrapped in red silk, she felt that the scale of the wedding was a bit too extravagant. Upon seeing this, Qi Shuang immediately understood and said, "It must be that the queen bee is taking husbands again, but I wonder how many she will take this time." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiu took a breath and asked in a low voice, "How many?" Qi Shuang glanced at her and explained, "Don't misunderstand, this is a custom of the Queen Bee clan. Just like how mortals in your human race can have multiple wives, it is very normal for queen bees to have many husbands." Although Zhu Xiu knew in his previous life that this rabbit was the crown prince of the demon race, in this life he only played the role of a rabbit by his junior sister's side. It was only before he left that his junior sister revealed that he was the crown prince, and Zhu Xiu then pretended to be shocked along with his truly shocked senior brother. But she was still very uncomfortable talking to a rabbit. But she still said earnestly, "Don't worry, I respect the customs of your demon race. I just feel They were deeply impressed and eager to try it out. She and Song Nansure exchanged a glance and said at the same time, "Let's go. Let's see the queen bee get married." The two rushed forward with great enthusiasm. Yun Jifeng sighed and could only follow. Seeing that Yu Jiujiu also wanted to follow, Qi Shuan thought for a moment and said softly, "Jiujiu, we Hutu clan are extremely loyal to our partners." Yu Jiujiu was completely unaware of what he was trying to say. She simply stopped abruptly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Finally, she whispered, "Could you please not talk to me unless it's absolutely necessary?" At first, Qi Shuang didn't understand, but seeing her conflicted expression, he understood. He paused, then expertly covered his head with his paws, leaned down on her shoulder, and said, "Go ahead and hit me. Yu Jiujiao. That's it, I just can't bring myself to do it. Help, senior sister. There's a pervert here." The streets of Bitown were bustling with people. Because of the Immortal Dog Conference, there were quite a few human cultivators with entry permits, so when Song Nansure and his group squeezed in, they did not attract any attention. They squeezed through two main streets following the flow of people, making Song Nansure dizzy, until they finally reached a main street. There were even more red ribbons and colorful lanterns hanging there, and demon soldiers were constantly clearing the way on both sides of the road to ensure that it was unobstructed. Song Nansure immediately sensed that this place was unusual, and quietly asked a cultivator, who looked like a human, "Brother, why is everyone crammed here?" The human cultivator, initially annoyed by the interruption, felt a surge of warmth upon seeing that the other person was also human. He exclaimed enthusiastically, "This street is the only route the queen bee takes to marry her king consort. Look over there." He pointed in a direction. Everyone couldn't help but look in that direction, and saw that the end of the street led straight to a pavilion. The pavilion had a strange design, with rooms densely packed together. At first glance, Song Nansure almost thought it was some kind of giant beehive. Among these densely packed rooms, several were open, and one could vaguely see people sitting inside. Song Nan hesitated. "This is..." At this moment, the human cultivator had already been pushed away. Seeing this, Qi Xuan, a native of the demon race, silently exclaimed, "This is the place where the queen bees of each generation took their husbands. Each queen bee's husband waited to be married here. This place was built in the shape of a beehive, which is to follow the ancient custom." Song Nansher. What kind of ancient ritual is this? Qi Shuang continued, later, the queen bee should walk from her palace along the main street to here to marry her husband. Song Nansher looked at the doors and said thoughtfully, "So, behind those open doors is the queen bee's future husband." Qi Xuan nodded, "That's right." Song Nansher counted how many doors were open. Then they counted out 4. Song Nansher was astonished. The queen bee is going to marry 4 royal consorts. Everyone expressed their surprise. They gaped, looking like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. The native bee demons of the surrounding bee town, seeing this, felt a strange sense of superiority and couldn't help but puff out their chests. A young bee demon couldn't help but proudly declare, "4 is nothing. Queen bee originally planned to marry 8, and the choices were all made. But unfortunately, a few days ago, 2 of the 8 consorts got into a fight and both broke their faces. Feeling ashamed, they withdrew from the position. Another one was caught in the fight and was also disfigured, so he couldn't enter the palace. As for the other one," he curled his lip somewhat disdainfully and said, "He was so scared by their fight that he cried and wanted to go home. The queen bee is still comforting him, so there are only 4 left here." Everyone getting married wiped out half of the 8 people. This bee demon race is quite fierce. Seeing their shocked expressions, Qi Shuang quietly added, "This is also a custom of the bee tribe." Everyone couldn't help but look over. Qi Shuang explained with a sense of superiority, "In the early years, before a queen bee would marry a queen consort, she would place several selected queen consorts in the hive. The queen consorts would fight each other in the hive, and only the few who survived after one night could become the queen bee's queen consorts." Song Nansher. He possesses abundant martial virtue. So, we have to go through a battle royale before getting married. What kind of horror novel plot is this? However, it is indeed a habit of wild bee colonies to fight each other during mating. As she was thinking this, she heard Qi Shuang sigh and say, "But after all, they have become demons. Over the years, everyone has become much more restrained. After the previous queen bee ordered the abolition of the custom of the king's consorts killing each other, this custom has become dead in name only. However, it is still common for the king's consorts to fight before they get married. It is already much better that there are still 4 king's consorts left today. In other words, the current process is that the queen chooses herself, then they fight it out in the hive, and the remaining person becomes the king consort." Song Nansher listened to his eloquent explanation and said with a complicated expression, "You know a lot." Qi Xuan humbly replied, "It is only right." After all, he was being groomed to be the next demon emperor. After learning this seemingly useless knowledge, Song Nansher looked at the beehive with awe. These are all winners from Battle Royale. Ironically, the bees beside him said with some envy, "It's a pity I wasn't chosen by the queen bee this year, otherwise I could have entered the hive too." "Song Nansher, you really want to play Battle Royale?" The bee-child youth straightened his chest and said, "To die marrying the queen is also an honor." Song Nansher couldn't understand it, but he was deeply shocked. Just then, another group of soldiers came running from the other side of the street, shouting as they ran, "By order of the queen bee, today's wedding is postponed. The queen bee wants to hold a second selection of consorts, gathering 8 people for the wedding." As the command was given, the crowd erupted in uproar. Song Nansher was also surprised. He looked around and thought that most people would be puzzled, but he saw that they were all very excited. The bee-like boy beside her even exclaimed excitedly, "Queen Bee is going to choose another queen consort. I still have a chance." He was excited, but the other young man was very calm and said with an air of experience, "When I learned that there were only 4 queen consorts this year, I knew that Queen Bee would definitely choose another queen consort to make up the number. You are still too young and not steady enough." Upon hearing this, Song Nansure whispered from the side, "What's the difference between 4 and 8 people? Is there some deeper meaning to these numbers?" The young man glanced at her, then calmly said, "No, it doesn't mean anything by it. But the number 4 is unlucky, while 8, according to your human race, means wealth, so the Queen Bee likes to collect 8. Song Nansure. She found this reason to be perfectly reasonable. She couldn't help but quietly ask Qishun. They all seemed to take it for granted. Is it normal for the Queen Bee to postpone her wedding and find a replacement husband? Qishuang thought for a moment and then dug out the customs of the bee tribe from his memory. He said, when the custom of the royal consorts killing each other was not abolished, there were often situations where all the royal consorts perished together overnight. So it was normal to re-elect the royal consorts. Even now, there are times when the royal consorts fight to the death and there are only a few left. At that time, the royal consorts will be replaced." Song Nansure said he was greatly impressed. They watched as the group of soldiers walked past, and a short while later, a large and orderly group of people slowly approached. The crowd immediately stirred, and the boy beside her whispered excitedly, "Queen Bee is here." When Song Nansure looked up, he saw a very spirited woman riding a horse at the front, with a man whose face was covered by a veil next to her. Seeing this, the boy beside her said with a hint of jealousy, "It must be that king consort who was scared away. Her Majesty the Queen personally brought him back. What merit does this king consort have? It is said that he is not even a bee or a demon." "That's the human race?" Song Nansure looked over curiously. The young man next to him said, "It's probably because the queen likes him. Even though he withdrew, he was unwilling to let him go and even personally sent him back." The boy became even more jealous. Just then, the Queen Bee led her people to the high platform in front of the hive. Her people pulled the reluctant groom back into the hive, but she stood on the platform and smiled at everyone. The crowd below the stage immediately cheered, as if it were a large-scale fan meeting. The Queen Bee smiled slightly, gestured for everyone to stop, and then looked down. Then I saw Song Nansure and his group, who had been pushed to the front of the crowd. The Queen Bee stopped speaking abruptly, her gaze falling on them. She looked at Song Nansure, who looked at her with a blank expression. There was silence for a moment. Those around noticed the Queen Bee's gaze and looked over as well. They instantly became the focus of the crowd. Song Nansure hadn't yet realized what the Queen Bee was up to, but Yoon Jifeng, who had witnessed Song Nanshure's glorious feat of attracting bees and butterflies, was very wary. He stepped forward and blocked Song Nanshure's path, saying expressionlessly, "What instructions does your Majesty the Queen Bee have?" The Queen Bee's gaze fell on him, paused, and then looked at Jiangji and the others behind them, who looked completely bewildered. Then she suddenly asked, "Young lady, would you be interested in becoming my king's consort?" Song Nansure. "You?" She glanced at Yoon Jifeng, then at Jiangji, lingering between the two men, unsure who the Queen Bee was referring to. She asked cautiously, "You mean?" The Queen Bee looked at the group of men and women, some handsome and some beautiful, and smiled, "Of course, all of you, including you." She said, "I want them all." Song Nansure. "You're playing really high-stakes games." She hesitated, then saw the Queen look around at them again. When her gaze landed on the rabbit, she paused and said tactfully, "Let's forget about this rabbit. I don't really like rabbits." Chi Xuan, who was being disliked. Song Nansha, who was standing to the side, took a deep breath and said tactfully, "I am a woman, and my senior and junior sisters are also women. Queen Bee, I don't discriminate based on sexism. If they can do it, so can you." Song Nansha, "But I don't think I'm quite capable." The Queen Bee kindly and gently advised, "Give it a try. You are all so beautiful, I really can't bear to see you go to waste." "So you're planning to date both men and women?" Song Nansha took a deep breath, intending to politely refuse, when the Queen Bee said again, "Besides, it's just a competition for a spot in the hive. If you regret it, you can withdraw. I won't force you until the spots are finalized. Those who enter the hive will also receive a sum of spirit stones." Upon hearing the word spiritual stone, Song Nansha immediately stopped speaking. Seeing this, Yoon Jifeng was afraid that she would sell him and herself for that little bit of spirit stone. He immediately grabbed Song Nansha's hand and refused, saying, "We appreciate the Queen Bee's kindness, but our ambitions lie elsewhere. We will never meet again." After saying that, he grabbed the person and left. The others snapped out of their daze and quickly followed. The Queen Bee watched their retreating figures with great regret. The attendant beside him couldn't help but remind him, "My lord, we need to start choosing a new consort." The Queen Bee glanced around listlessly, feeling that after seeing that group of people, none of the people below the stage appealed to her. She could only wave her hand and say, "Fine. Open all the rooms in the hive tonight and let them come in as they please. The 3 who remain after tonight will be the new kings I'm adding this time." He paused, then added, "Of course, they can use any means necessary, but they absolutely cannot kill anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience was overjoyed and cheered. Song Nansha, who had already walked some distance away, also heard the cheers and couldn't help but say, "Since there's a sum of spirit stones inside, do you think we can go in first and then pretend to be beaten out?" Yoon Jifeng looked at her expressionlessly and said, "Do you really think you can come out after you go in? If you can leave at any time, why was the human king consort sent back?" Song Nansha paused, also recalling the human king, who was supposedly frightened to tears and made a fuss about going home, only to be sent back by the Queen Bee. He was clearly unwilling. Whether he was genuinely frightened and crying or not, he took the initiative to withdraw while the royal consorts were fighting. But the queen liked him, so he was sent back. Song Nansha gave an embarrassed smile and dismissed the idea. Then she involuntarily turned around to look at her unfortunate human brother. Her gaze fell on the beehive not far away, and she saw a guard push open a door to let the brother in. The man turned around at that moment, and he wasn't wearing a veil. Song Nansha suddenly opened his eyes wide. The brother's eyes widened as well. The two just stared at each other blankly until the man was pushed into the room. Song Nansha turned around blankly and looked at Ju Xiu. She asked, "Senior sister, do you remember that junior brother from Sanju Peak who eloped with a demon girl, only to find out she had polyandry, and then ran back, only to have his legs broken by the senior uncle from Sanju Peak?" Ju Xiu, "I remember, so what?" Song Nansha, "How is he now?" Ju Xiu thought for a moment and said, "It seems that he went back to the demon clan. He said he didn't want to live in such a sullen way and wanted that demon girl to give him an explanation." Song Nansha, "What race is that demon girl?" Ju Xiu shook her head honestly. "I don't remember, but it's definitely not the Bee clan." Song Nansha fell silent. Ju Xiu asked, "What's wrong, junior sister?" Song Nansha was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Why do I feel that the human king looks so much like my junior brother from Sanju Peak?" Zhu Xiu. So she fell silent. After a long pause, she couldn't help but say, "So, after leaving one polyandrous demon girl, he ended up in the hands of another polyandrous girl." Song Nanshu sighed deeply to avoid accidentally laughing out loud. Then she said, "We're from the same sect, let's save them." A sudden sense of foreboding rose in Yoon Jifeng's heart. How can we save him? Song Nanshu thought for a moment and said, "What do you think about us going into that beehive tonight to compete for the title of consort? We can get spirit stones and also rescue our junior brother from Sanju Peak." Yoon Jifeng. So you haven't forgotten about the spirit stones you could get just by signing up, right? Yoon Jifeng, and then what? What happens next? Song Nanshu thought for a moment, leaving off a woman. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Mingzi, now disguised, and the body of Mr. Shen hidden in Gui Qing's storage ring, also entered the town from the other side. It was almost night when they went in. The two people who had smuggled themselves into the demon realm were exhausted and hungry, and urgently needed to find a place to rest. The problem now is that they have neither money nor entry permits. So the two of them discussed it and decided to find a shady shop. However, in a town like that of the Bee tribe, finding a black market shop isn't so easy. The two wandered around the town for an afternoon, without finding anything. Just as they were about to find an abandoned house to make do, they suddenly saw an attic with many rooms that looked very much like an inn, and many people were pouring into it. Most importantly, the guards at the gate neither checked identities nor even gave money to everyone who went in. The two exchanged a glance. They were still cautious and leaned over to listen. All I heard was about the queen's wedding and blessings. Gui Qing understood. Perhaps the queen of the bees here is getting married, so she's bestowing this benefit upon this place. Cassius Seed thought about it and felt that it made sense, but something still felt off. He thought for a moment and said, "We'll know once we go in and take a look." The two then glanced at each other again. Then they cautiously went inside. Behind them, the bees watching them go in couldn't help but feel indignant. Now even humans are trying to steal our position as queen consort. Although he wanted to save that unlucky junior brother from Sanju Peak, Song Nanshu didn't plan to leave himself, his partner, and his fellow disciples behind to give the queen bee a queen bee family bucket. So before going in, Song Nanshu bribed a soldier from the bee clan to inquire about the situation inside the hive. Then, while Song Nanshu was heartbroken about losing his spirit stones, he squatted by the roadside with the others to share the news. Song Nanshu, munching on a sesame seed cake, said, according to the guards, to prevent the chosen royal consorts from being injured in tonight's competition, several of them have been moved to a secret chamber on the lower level of the hive. Only the queen bees of each generation can open this chamber, so to rescue them, either we go in, dismantle the entire hive, and snatch them out, or... She paused, looked around, and said, "We've been chosen to be the king's consorts, locked up with that junior brother, and then we'll take the opportunity to snatch him out." Upon hearing these two options, Yoon Jifeng instinctively wanted to say, "Let's dismantle the beehive then." Then he heard Chishun, who had been silent all along, suddenly say, "That beehive was built by the ancestors of the bee clan 5,100 years ago. It cost 3,100,000 spirit stones to build it." Song Nanshu, who was recently worrying about an IOU for 5,000 spirit stones. Yoon Jifeng, whose money was completely in his partner's hands. Song Nanshu said tactfully, "I think that since we are here to participate in the Immortal Dog Conference and to help the Crown Prince keep his position and his life, there is no need to antagonize the bee queen. Do you agree?" Yoon Jifeng closed his eyes briefly, I have no objection. The group was forced to reach an agreement. So, after finishing a sesame seed cake while squatting on the street with either full of energy or expressionless faces, everyone got up to prepare for the battle royale, to run for the title of king's consort. They arrived at the outside of the hive and saw that there were quite a few people vying for those 3 spots. Some young bee colonists may be self-aware enough to know they can't compete, but many still want to give it a try. Moreover, it wasn't just the bee tribe youths. Song Nansure even saw 2 human youths walking in with smiles on their faces, receiving their registration fees from the guards. Wait, a human youth? Song Nanshure's gaze fell on the 2 human youths who had just walked in, and he couldn't help but rub his eyes. She opened her eyes and saw only 2 unfamiliar profiles, but when she blinked again, Song Nansure couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" Yoon Jifeng noticed her movement, looked over, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Song Nansure couldn't help but say, "Look over there." She subtly pointed in the direction of the 2 young men who had just walked in. Yoon Jifeng glanced around instinctively, his gaze sweeping through the crowd, but finding nothing amiss, he turned back and asked in a low voice, "Did you notice anything wrong?" "What's wrong?" "Well, nothing seems right. For example, just a moment ago she only saw 2 unfamiliar young men from different races, but why did they transform into, in the blink of an eye? What do Cassia Seed and Ghost Minister look like?" Moreover, she felt that Yoon Jifeng wasn't blind. If she could see, he couldn't have walked around the crowd and failed to spot these 2 living people. But she wasn't blind either. In her eyes, the 2 unfamiliar human youths changed their appearance in the blink of an eye. She rubbed her eyes again, and they changed back. But when Song Nansure looked closely, they looked like 2 medicinal herbs again. Song Nansure couldn't help but purse her lips. She didn't think she was seeing things. However, if they really were Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing, no matter how stupid those 2 medicinal herbs were, they wouldn't be so stupid as to use tricks to change their appearance and then accidentally change back in front of so many people. Moreover, with so many people around, it seemed that no one noticed that the 2 people changed their expressions. Not even Yoon Jifeng noticed anything unusual. It seems that among all these people, only Song Nansure saw them as Gui Qing and Zhu Mingzi. Song Nansure couldn't help but seem lost in thought. At that moment, the 2 seemed to sense something was wrong, and as their figures disappeared behind the door, they both turned around and looked back. They met Song Nanshure's gaze. The 2 of them suddenly opened their eyes wide. Song Nansure paused for a moment, without showing any unusual expression. He simply smiled politely at them and quickly looked away, as if it was just a polite distance after accidentally making eye contact with someone. They were then completely squeezed into the hive by the crowd and disappeared in an instant. Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. Yoon Jifeng, who had been watching silently, asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with those 2?" Song Nansure asked, "Have you noticed anything wrong with them?" Yoon Jifeng, "I can't tell, but since you've been staring at them, they must be up to something." In other words, Yoon Jifeng indeed couldn't tell that they were 2 different medicinal herbs. The problem is, perhaps it's her eyes. Song Nansure pondered for a moment, then said, "Do you still have that magical artifact that changes your appearance? Show me how you change your face first." Without saying a word, Yoon Jifeng went straight to touch the magical artifact. The others were confused, but they knew that Song Nansure must have discovered a problem. They cooperated quite well. When Yoon Jifeng touched the magical artifact, the group surrounded him without prior arrangement. Jiang Ji even made a spell to temporarily block others' view. At this moment, Yoon Jifeng had already taken out his magic weapon, closed his eyes slightly, and then opened them. He looked at Song Nansure. Song Nansure kept staring at him, and the two of them stared at each other. Song Nansure couldn't help but say, "Hurry up and transform." "Yoon Ji-feng, I've changed, haven't you noticed?" He was starting to doubt whether the magical artifact was malfunctioning, so he couldn't help but touch his face and look at the others. Jiangji met his gaze and immediately said, "Yes, he has changed, but Brother Yoon, I think next time you could change into someone less of a pretty boy." He subtly questioned the face that did not conform to his aesthetic standards. "Yoon Ji-feng, Song Nansure, is this important right now?" "The important thing now is that it seems like there's something wrong with her eyes." Qi Shuang also noticed this, and couldn't help but use illusion magic to create a flower, then stretched out a rabbit paw and waved it in front of her. "Song Nansure, why are you waving your paws like that?" "Qi Shuang, I'm holding a flower in my hand." Song Nansure was about to say something like, "What are you holding?" but when she glanced over casually, she actually saw a flower in his hand. When she looked more closely, the flower had disappeared. She couldn't help but reach out and touch her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly felt a familiar gaze from the heavenly doll. Song Nansure was taken aback. At this moment, the knowledgeable demon prince said, "What I used just now was an illusion. The magic artifact that changes appearance is also a kind of illusion." Both of them failed in her eyes. She seems to be immune to illusions now. He was about to discuss this situation when Song Nansure suddenly put his hand down and murmured, "Distinguish the true from the false." Qi Shuan paused for a moment, and Yoon Ji-feng also paused. He asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by distinguishing truth from falsehood?" Song Nansure blinked and said, "My eyes can now distinguish truth from falsehood." These were the 4 words that suddenly appeared in her mind the moment she realized that heaven was watching her. Then she knew that this was a power bestowed upon her by heaven. To be honest, even after she mastered the Qian hexagram, she vaguely knew that she had been chosen by the heavenly doll as its agent, but after several calls to the heavenly doll went unanswered, she didn't really feel much about this identity. Until this point, she didn't know when her eyes had become able to distinguish truth from falsehood, nor did she know what other abilities heaven had given her that she had yet to discover. But she realized something. It turns out that heaven truly chose her. However, the greater the favor received, the greater the reward must be paid. It's unclear what heaven wants her to do. Seeing her expression, Yoon Ji-feng understood where this ability to distinguish truth from falsehood came from. With so many people around, he didn't dare to ask, and only asked. Then those 2 young humans used magical artifacts that could change appearance. "Who are they?" Song Nansure paused, then said with a heavy heart, "It's those 2 medicinal herbs." Yoon Ji-feng then fell silent. He wasn't surprised that Zhu Mingzi and the others concealed their faces. After all, after the Hehuan sect, the 2 of them were easy targets. "But," Yoon Ji-feng asked with a complicated expression, "have these 2 medicinal herbs fallen so low that they have to compete for the position of royal consort?" Song Nansure still had some rationality, and analyzed rationally. They may be a bit stupid, but they are people who are going to do great things. They wouldn't be so focused on being gigolos, so why did they deliberately squeeze into the hive? She was certain there must be something or someone that those 2 medicinal herbs care about in this beehive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting over the king's consort. She drew a conclusion. Upon hearing this, the others all agreed that it made sense. Qi Shun even frowned and pondered. Because of their reproductive methods, the bee race has never been very large and is extremely isolated, but their history is indeed long. The queen bee also has strength close to the tribulation transcending stage. Perhaps there really is something they are looking for hidden in the hive. Jiangji also speculated, it might not be the hive. Perhaps there's someone they're looking for around the queen. They're running for the position of queen consort in order to get close to her. With their additions, the guess suddenly became even more reasonable and well-founded. Song Nansure couldn't help but angrily say, I knew it. These two medicinal herbs are indeed treacherous. Yung Jifeng, should we still go in now? Song Nansure roared, go in. Of course we'll go in. We need to rescue them, and we also need to see what kind of schemes these two bastards are up to. Brothers, charge! She took the lead and rushed towards the hive. The others exchanged glances and then all looked at Yung Jifeng. Yung Jifeng said expressionlessly, what are you looking at me for? Charge at her. So they charged. Behind them, a group of demon youths stared in disbelief. After a long pause, someone exclaimed in shock, has the queen's charm become that great? The humans are actually working harder than our B race. No! We can't give that spot to a human. Charge! As a result, everyone became excited. Meanwhile, inside the beehive, the two medicinal herbs were also shocked by the appearance of Song Nansure and his companion. Gui Qing pulled Zhu Mingzi aside and whispered, wait a minute. Why are they here? Zhu Mingzi, however, was somewhat rational. She analyzed, this place is very close to the immigration office. Since they are going to participate in the Immortal Dog Conference, it's normal for them to be here, right? Gui Qing shook his head and said, no, I mean, their appearance here, and the fact that they look like they're about to come in, is too much of a coincidence. Kesha said, is it because they pay you to stay here? Ghost Minister. That makes a lot of sense. But then he shook his head vigorously and said, no. When she looked at us just now, did she recognize us? Zhu Mingzi cautioned, even an ascended great being wouldn't be able to discern the secrets of the magical artifacts we use. Gui Qing was about to say something when suddenly a fight broke out nearby. Just as they were about to make way for the other person, they heard the two arguing. You think you can be the queen's consort? Get out of here. If you can come, why can't I? The two suddenly stopped and looked at each other. Gui Qing hesitated. They said, the king's consort. Zhu Mingzi then realized something was wrong and immediately went to inquire about it. A moment later, he returned with a complicated expression on his face. He asked, do you know why they give money to everyone who comes in here? Before the other person could answer, he added, because this place is for choosing a queen bee. Ghost Minister. Kesha Seed took a deep breath. No, we need to leave here first. The queen bee is not easy to deal with. We need to keep a low profile now. If we offend the queen bee, it will be difficult for us to get out of here. He said he wanted to leave, but Gui Qing suddenly grabbed him. Zhu Mingzi turned around, about to get angry, when Gui Qing said, no, if that's the case, we can't leave. Zhu Mingzi asked incredulously, you want to stay and become the king's consort? Gui Qing shook his head. Think about it, this is the place to choose a royal consort, but Song Nansure and the others still came in. They don't want to become royal consorts and life of the queen, do they? So there's only one possibility for their insistence on coming in. Zhu Mingzi couldn't help but ask, what? Gui Qing cleverly replied, there must be something they're looking for here, or someone they care about, or perhaps they want to use the queen consort's identity to find something from the queen bee side. Kesha said. He thought about it. Then he actually thought it made sense. Gui Qing was already full of fighting spirit. No. We have to find what they're looking for before they do. Kesha said, but do you know what they're looking for? Ge Qing paused. Then he said confidently, I don't know, but as long as we thwart their plans and prevent them from becoming the king's consort, they won't be able to find anything they want. Zhu Mingzi looked at him in surprise. You actually have some brains. After saying that, he said directly, all right, you compete for the title of consort inside, and I'll support you outside. After saying that, he was about to leave. How could Ge Qing let him leave? He immediately grabbed the man and said, no way, you can't trick me. If we're going to be the king's consort, we'll be together. Zhu Mingzi stumbled as she was pulled, nearly crashing into the chaotic crowd, and roared, Ge Qing, you've ruined me. He kicked the man away. Immediately, everyone in the melee turned to look. They looked at each other. The demons immediately shouted, brothers, charge. Throw these two humans out first. The two medicinal herbs were greatly alarmed. They exchanged a glance, then turned and ran. After receiving the registration fee, Song Nanshe and his companions cautiously entered the hive. Meanwhile, the people in the hive were already fighting over rooms, and the entire hive was in chaos. However, because the queen bee had ordered that no one should be killed, they fought with great restraint. For example, as soon as Song Nanshe and his group entered the room, a long thorn was thrust at them. The group immediately dodged, and Yun Jifeng took the opportunity to kick one of them away. Qi Xuan immediately said, this is a bee sting from the Bee clan. Be careful, it contains a paralyzing poison. If you get stung, you'll be thrown out. The group of people were immediately filled with lingering fear. But there were just too many people in this beehive. Moreover, this group of bees seemed to have an inexplicable sense of collective honor. As soon as they saw Song Nan and his human counterparts, even the most chaotic crowds would immediately stop. With a shout of we can't let the humans take the position of the king's consort, everyone would rush over to deal with them. However, Song Nanshe and his men could not harm anyone, so they fought with their hands tied and retreated all the way, being forced from the first floor to the 5th floor. Song Nanshe couldn't help but get angry and asked Qi Xuan, are all your demon races so racist? Are you targeting us humans? Qi Xuan, don't generalize. At this moment, Song Nanshe finally witnessed the fervor with which the Bee tribe selected their queen husband, and she felt it was just too difficult. They were forced to retreat as they fought, and at one point, while retreating, they suddenly bumped into someone. Song Nanshe couldn't help but turn around to look, and the other person also happened to turn around to look. Then she happened to see the two medicinal herbs that had changed their appearance. She was stunned for a moment, and the other person was also stunned. They exchanged a glance. Right now, Song Nanshe is surrounded by bees that are about to throw them out, and so are Zhu Mingzi and the others behind him. The two groups met in the corridor on the 5th floor, which was packed with people. They were surrounded. The group of people quickly made their decisions in a flash. Song Nanshe thought that since they didn't know he had seen through their identities, he might as well pretend not to know and take advantage of them. That's exactly what Zhu Mingzi and the others thought too. After a moment of eye contact, the two groups of people simultaneously became friendly and amiable. Song Nanshe gave a fake smile. Brother, we are both human, and the situation is critical right now. Why don't we cooperate? Cassia Seed was equally deceitful. What a coincidence. Isn't that what I was thinking too? Thus, the two groups began their scheming collaboration. The combined strength of the two groups was undeniable. Working together, they quickly broke free from the chaotic crowd and escaped all the way to the 6th floor. There were far fewer people on the 6th floor. Song Nanshe and Zhu Mingzi exchanged a glance, smiled at the same time, and then spoke. Song Nansure, given the current situation, if they continue to target us, it will be detrimental to us. Why don't we find a room to hide in temporarily? Kesha said, what a coincidence. That's what I was thinking too. The two smiled at each other, surrounded by a false atmosphere of harmony, leaving the others in awe. Song Nansure looked around, his gaze settling on a room at the corner with only one entrance and exit through a corridor, a room that looked like it would be difficult to escape from. He said, brother, look at this room. Zhu Mingzi also took a liking to this room and immediately said with a smile, great idea, great minds think alike. This is perfect. Song Nansure and Zhu Mingzi went forward to open the door. When the door opened, Song Nansure glanced at Yung Jifeng, and Zhu Mingzi also glanced at Gui Qing, even winking at him. Yung Jifeng immediately understood Song Nanshure's meaning. Gui Qing was completely bewildered. A moment later, he cautiously and tentatively winked at him too. Zhu Mingzi, who was waiting for her teammate's response. He almost threw up his dinner from the night before. But now he couldn't remind them anymore. The die was cast, and he didn't believe that Song Nansure and the others were prepared without knowing his and Gui Qing's identities. Then the door opened. The two went inside together. But the moment they stepped into the room, the two attacked each other simultaneously. Yung Jifeng was very effective, thrusting his sword at the same time as Song Nansure made his move. The teammates were also very helpful and immediately rushed towards Gui Qing. At this moment, Zhu Mingzi was alone and struggling, and was waiting for Gui Qing's support. He yelled, help! But there was no response. He couldn't help but look over. He saw his teammate turn and run without hesitation. Kesha said, damn it! Did you hear me? Damn it! Gui Qing ran away so decisively that not only Zhu Mingzi, but even Jiang Ji and the others were stunned. They were prepared for Gui Qing to go and support Zhu Mingzi, and then they would try to stop him. Who knew he would betray his teammates so readily? It was so exhilarating that they didn't even have time to react. By the time they came to their senses, Gui Qing had already run quite a distance and was about to run down the stairs. Jiang Ji was extremely anxious and led a group of junior sisters to give chase. However, Gui Qing's strength was superior to theirs. They were only a moment late, but it was clear that they were about to fall behind. They felt that this time, the ghost minister was likely to escape. Gui Qing thought so too. He thought to himself, as the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Now that they no longer have the Huang, who can control the Kun hexagram, their strength has been greatly reduced. On the other side, Song Nansure and Yung Jifeng. One controls the Qian hexagram and the other is already in the tribulation transcending stage. They are bound to be no match for them, and a direct confrontation would only result in mutual destruction. He felt that only by escaping could he save his teammates, so he escaped without hesitation and with a clear conscience. Thinking this, he stepped onto the stairs, and with victory in sight, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Then he was cornered by the group of demons who had been chasing and attacking them. A swarm of beasts blocked the stairwell, making it completely impassable. Upon seeing Gui Qing appear, they were overjoyed and immediately exclaimed, they're here. I knew it. They must have run upstairs. Then a swarm of beasts surged forward, and Gui Qing, who was trying to escape, was immediately blocked. Gui Qing was extremely anxious and immediately said, let me out. I'll voluntarily be eliminated. Let me out. Hearing this, the leader of the beasts sneered and said, you humans are the most cunning. Who knows if you're lying to us again? You're probably just trying to trick us into letting you go so we can continue competing for the king's consort. Gui Qing couldn't help but retort angrily. Who cares about this royal consort? Do you all think everyone is like you? This sentence immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. The bees were furious. You mere humans. Do you think you can just say you don't care about the queen bee? Are you looking down on us or on the queen bee herself? No way. The hive isn't a place you can come and go as you please. Today, you have to fight for this King Fu whether you want to or not. Brothers, let's defeat him honorably. The bees echoed, yes. Defeat him honorably. The leader of the bees looked up at him with his chin raised and said, You little brat. Come and fight. Ghost Minister. Do you bees have any serious illnesses? Weren't you trying to eliminate him? He said he wants to leave. Why won't you let him leave? He broke down. Please, eliminate me. Bees, no way. Let's fight fair and square. Gu Qing, I want to leave. Please let me go. Bees, are you looking down on us? In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed between the two groups, resulting in an extreme tug-of-war. Jiangji and the others, who had already caught up, stood aside, completely stunned. Song Nanshe, who had already joined forces with Yun Jifeng to control Zhu Mingzi, was also stunned. After a long silence, she said with a heavy heart, You two incarnations are quite interesting. Cassius Seed found it uninteresting. Cassius Seed felt utterly hopeless. His hands were pinned down by Yun Jifeng. After a long while, as if he had figured something out, he suddenly sneered and shouted loudly at the bee clan over there. You're right. He's just playing you. He wants to lower your guard so that you can compete for the king's consort. Upon hearing this, the bees flew into a rage. I knew you weren't being honest. Gui Qing suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock and exclaimed, You've ruined me. Cassius Seed sneered, likewise. At this moment, a swarm of bees had already pushed Gui Qing upstairs. Then they saw Jiangji and the others standing blankly to the side. They took one look and exclaimed, Wow, these are accomplices. The bees immediately wanted to teach them a lesson as well. Jiangji snapped out of his daze. He stared at the bees for a moment, then stepped forward without changing his expression, grabbed Gui Qing and pulled him over, saying politely, Thank you for catching him for me. The bee tribe was taken aback by his impoliteness, paused for a moment, and then subconsciously said, Is he impolite? Jiangji nodded and kicked Gui Qing into the room. The group looked ahead and saw two men pinning down the human's accomplice in the room, their actions appearing quite hostile. Wait, aren't they in cahoots? At this moment, Jiangji politely said, Brothers, let's resolve our internal issues first before we meet again. We'll meet again sometime. After saying that, he clasped his hands in a fist salute and slammed the door shut. The bee stood there, stunned, outside the door. After a long silence, someone hissed and said, Weren't they just a couple? Is this what they call infighting? Some people questioned, Are they trying to trick us? Before the words were finished, sounds of beatings and screams came from inside the door. The sounds were so horrific that everyone outside the door twitched. The leader of the bees was silent for a moment, then said with a complicated expression, The queen bee is right. Humans are indeed ruthless. The bee colony, known for its unity, could not understand and was deeply shocked. After a long while, the leader of the bees said respectfully, Let them fight for now. We'll come back and take a look later. The bees swarmed away. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yu Jiujiu was putting away her fists at Song Nanshe's signal, while Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing, who were being controlled, each had a dark circle under their eyes. It's very symmetrical. Jiangji couldn't help but glance at them and asked, "How do we deal with them?" Song Nanshu raised his eyes. "How do you plan to deal with this?" Jiangji paused, then ran his hand across his neck, hinting to Song Nanshu whether he wanted to eliminate the threat completely. Song Nanshu shook his head. "We just tried to seal their spiritual power, but it didn't work. There are restrictions in this beehive." Qi Shuang then said, "Since the queen bee dares to put everyone into the hive to fight, she must have something to rely on. There are formations in the hive, and some spells that are judged to be harmful to people cannot be used." Song Nan sighed regretfully. She had been planning to take the opportunity to deal with both of them at the same time. But she only thought about it. She knew it was unlikely this time. Even if they were outside, let alone inside the hive, in a real life or death struggle, they might not be able to kill these two. It wasn't a matter of strength, but rather that they clearly had some trump cards that Song Nanshu was unaware of. For example, the first time they encountered Zhu, he disappeared into thin air just as they were about to make their move. The same thing happened at the Hewan sect last time. Before Song Nanshu was about to make his move, the two of them disappeared along with a large yellow dog. If these two hadn't had a last-minute, unspoken agreement inside the hive, one wanting to fight and the other wanting to escape, and if there hadn't been so many bees blocking the way outside, they wouldn't have put up any effective resistance at all, and Song Nanshu probably would have had to put in a lot of effort. Thinking of this, Song Nanshu couldn't help but ask, "By the way, are you really incarnations of the same person? Is this all the tacit understanding you have?" These words immediately caused a huge uproar. Zhu Mingzi immediately looked at Gui Qing and said angrily, "I winked at you. Didn't you see me wink at you? I even winked on purpose." Gui Qing felt like vomiting just thinking about that blink, so he angrily said, "I saw it. You did that." He blinked hard twice, his face twitching as if in a spasm. So even the cassia seed felt like vomiting. Gui Qing said, "You're just telling me to run away." Cassia seed's blood pressure spiked. "Did I tell you to run? I told you to fight. If you had just attacked me, would we be in this mess? Are you really the embodiment of my true self?" Gui Qing immediately sneered, "I'm not." "So you are." Cassia seed, "How could I not be?" Gui Qing pressed on aggressively. "Then let me ask you, if you encountered a situation like mine, would you run or fight? What kind of situation is this? It's when your teammates are surrounded and you can temporarily run away. Need I say more?" Without hesitation, Zhu Mingzi replied, "Of course I'll run." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Mingzi paused. Gui Qing sneered, "You can run away, so why do you think I can fight? Isn't it a tradition among us to betray our teammates?" Cassia seed. For the first time in his life, he felt that his true form was not a thing. "I've also come to a clear understanding of my own true nature. Trust, laughable. It's precisely because they know what kind of person they are that they don't trust themselves at all." The two men glared at each other, while Song Nan and the others watched in awe. Yun Jifeng couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Logically speaking, shouldn't they be the same person? How come it's like this?" He paused. Absolutely no coordination. Song Nanshu thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because they know what kind of people they are that they are so ruthless when they're sabotaging each other. In a way, that should be considered a kind of tacit understanding, right?" Yun Jifeng seemed to be deep in thought. He looked at Zhu Mingzi, then at Gui Qing, because they were still using fake faces, so apart from themselves and Song Nanshu, no one could tell who was who. So he looked at one of them based on his intuition. Then, Song Nanshu looked at him and said to Zhu Mingzi, "Ghost Minister, Kesha said. Ghost Minister. In an instant, both of them broke down. Kesha Seed roared, I am Kesha Seed. Open your eyes and look carefully. Yoon Ji-fan glanced at it casually and said indifferently, Okay, pillow. Kesha Seed. He collapsed to the ground, suddenly feeling a profound sense of despair. Yoon Ji-fan ignored him and continued to ask, What is your purpose in entering the hive? Ju Minzy glanced at him and sneered, What is our purpose? Shouldn't we be asking you what your purpose is? Yoon Ji-fan and Song Nansher exchanged a glance. What was their purpose? They originally wanted to rescue people, but after seeing these two, they suspected they were looking for something among the bees, so they followed them in. Song Nansher paused, then said calmly, We just wanted to come in to find someone, but you. Her words were meaningful. Kesha Seed scoffed. He didn't believe they were looking for anyone. The two exchanged a glance, each feeling that the other had discovered something useful, and thus tried every means to use this opportunity to extract information. So the two began their battle of wits with thin air. Song Nansher, I didn't expect that after parting ways with the Hwan sect, the two of you would become so timid that you would even be afraid of us. Kesha Seed sneered, You guys are pretty secretive too. Song Nansher, I can't compare to you guys. Kesha Seed remained unmoved by either soft or hard tactics. Likewise. Song Nansher, I wonder how Brother Da Wang is doing now. Kesha Seed, thanks to you, everything is fine. The two engaged in a fierce and veiled struggle, talking until their throats were dry, but neither managed to extract a single word from the other. It would be a miracle if they could get anything out of you. But it was precisely because of this that the two of them became increasingly convinced that the other must be hiding a big secret. Song Nansher then used a spell to tie the two men up, and then gathered his people together for a meeting. Song Nansher said, I don't think this will work. If they're with us, they definitely won't make a move even if they're looking for something. Besides, we still need to rescue people. If we miss this opportunity tonight, it will be difficult to succeed. Yoon Ji-fan, so you mean? Song Nansher thought for a moment and said, Let them go first. Jiang-ji was shocked. We finally caught him, and you're letting him go. Song Nansher glanced at him. There's nothing we can do to them right now, so let them go first. Whatever they're looking for, they'll come out eventually. Let's rescue them first, and then ambush them outside the town after we leave the hive. Once they leave the town, we'll take them down immediately. Before Yoon Ji-fan could even assess the plan, his first reaction was to ask, Then is there still a need to elect a royal consort? Song Nansher, it depends on the situation. If we can rescue them on our own, we won't run for election. But if we can't open the secret room on the first basement level, then we'll have to run for election to reunite Wang Fu and the junior brother from Sanju Peak. Yoon Ji-fan was immediately very disappointed. Song Nansher glanced at him and said, In short, let's find an excuse to release him first, and put some pressure on him to get things done as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep it a secret for long after we rescued our junior brother. If the big clan pursuers come, we won't be able to take care of them before they find what they need to leave the town. She sighed, If I don't save people, I have plenty of time to waste on them. Unfortunately, they couldn't just watch a respectable man go astray. The group exchanged glances and unanimously agreed. Then they removed the soundproofing array and began their performance. Song Nansher stepped forward and sneered, Ju Minzy, don't think we don't know what you're up to. Let me tell you the truth, we know everything. Ju Minzy was startled, and readily understood that they already knew he wanted to reap the benefits. Song Nansure said coldly, since everyone knows, let's be frank. We can't get anything done by wasting time here. We don't want to drag this out, so we're letting you go this time. You can ask for whatever you want. Zhu Mingzi was startled, instinctively sensing something was amiss. You would be so kind. Song Nansure, we are the righteous path. We never lie, don't you trust our words? They are indeed on the righteous path. Even though Zhu Mingzi has done countless evil deeds, they can be considered a bunch of busybodies who are just trying to be helpful. But what they say? He shook his head without hesitation. I can't trust him. Song Nansure choked for a moment. At this moment, Yung Jifeng stepped forward and freed them from their restraints. He said coldly, stop wasting our breath on them. If we keep wasting time with them, we won't be able to do anything. After saying that, he walked out without even looking at them, completely indifferent. Song Nansure was taken aback for a moment, then immediately followed. So the group simply abandoned them without hesitation. The two, Zhu Mingzi and Zhu Mingzi, were dumbfounded. They didn't believe everything Song Nansure said, but Yung Jifeng didn't say anything more to them. Kasha Seed immediately stood up, let's go too. Gui Qing frowned, is what they're saying true? Zhu Mingzi sneered, isn't it all about ability? Let's go. We'll have an election for the king's consort. If they can't become the king's consort, what good are they even looking for? Gui Qing hesitated. What if what they're looking for is in the beehive, and they can find it without having to compete for the title of king consort? Zhu Mingzi, however, was certain, impossible. You saw it yourself. They were being chased by so many people. They must be vying for the position of queen consort. So that thing isn't with the queen. It's on the basement floor where the queen consort lives. His reasoning was sound and convincing, and Gui Qing was immediately persuaded. The two immediately went out to compete for the position of Wang Fu. Then one of them went out and turned left, while the other turned right. There was absolutely no understanding between them. Meanwhile, Song Nansure had already quietly slipped down, intending to try and get into the basement. But before they could even get to the basement, on the second floor, they saw an unexpected person. A figure dressed in red slipped away from them and stealthily slid into a nearby room. Song Nansure couldn't help but rub his eyes, and then rub them again. She couldn't help but ask Zhu Xiu, was he your junior brother from Sanjiu Peak back then? Zhu Xiu also saw it. She immediately became excited. Let's go. Let's go take a look. A group of people immediately chased after them to that room. Just then, the junior brother was about to close the door when he saw this and was startled. But upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Is he a fellow disciple of Long Zifeng? This time, it's really confirmed that Song Nansure is indeed that unlucky junior brother who eloped with the demon girl. Without a word, she opened the door first, and a group of people went in. Only then did he turn around and ask, didn't you see that only the queen bee could open the basement? Why did you come out? She was suspicious, and her paranoia kicked in again, so she couldn't help but ask. The junior brother, oblivious to this, simply said dejectedly, because I'm pretty good at formations. Song Nansure couldn't help but look at Zhu Xiu. Zhu Xiu reminded him, the entire Sanjiu Peak is filled with array masters. The junior brother continued listlessly, the queen bee doesn't know I'm a formation master. When I escaped from the hive last time and was taken back to the palace by the queen bee, I took the opportunity to secretly memorize the queen bee's collection of books, which contained the formations for this place. That's how I escaped. Song Nansure nodded. That doesn't preclude quick thinking. The junior brother was on the verge of tears. Originally, Even if I escaped the formation, I wouldn't have been able to escape bedtime. Fortunately, I met my senior sisters. Hearing the commotion outside, Song Nansher said, "Let's go first. I'll take you out of bedtime, and then." Before he could finish speaking, Yoon Ji-fan said coldly, "Come out." Song Nan paused for a moment, then immediately grasped the horoscope in his hand. The others also became wary. Then, their gaze fell on the window. A bee landed on the window. They hadn't even noticed it before. At that moment, the bee suddenly changed in everyone's sight and landed on the ground. It was the queen bee. Song Nansher was startled, as was his junior brother from the Three Peaks. The queen bee sighed, looked at her junior brother, and said unhappily, "Are you really that unwilling to come with me? We were having a good chat outside of town before." The junior brother cried out indignantly, "Because you didn't say back then that your race also practiced polyandry. I only want one person for life." The queen bee, in a rather scumbag-like manner, said, "But I love you. Although I have many husbands, I give you all just as much love." Song Nansher. She was amazed. She couldn't help but advise, "Your Majesty, forced relationships are never sweet." The queen bee looked at her and said, "You don't want to come with me either." Song Nansher, "No need, thank you." The queen bee smiled and said, "What if I don't want you to leave?" Yoon Ji-fan immediately stepped in front of Song Nansher and said calmly, "Then the queen can give it a try." He stopped suppressing his cultivation and released the pressure of his tribulation transcending stage cultivation, causing the queen bee's expression to change immediately. She gave Yoon Ji-fan a deep look, then looked past him and focused her gaze on Chi-Shun. Then she suddenly said, "I am not one to force people to do things, so I will let you go." Song Nansher was taken aback, not expecting her to agree so easily. She doesn't seem like the type to be threatened. Yoon Ji-fan, however, grabbed Song Nansher's arm and said calmly, "Let's go. Leaving now is the most important thing," so Song Nansher immediately followed. Others followed suit. However, before they could even leave, the queen bee suddenly said, "By the way, since we're going to do a good deed to the end, I have something to remind you of." Song Nansher paused, then turned his head. "Please speak, Your Majesty." The queen bee smiled, "I heard your conversation with those two humans." Song Nansher's expression immediately tightened as he considered whether he should ask her for something. Then the queen bee said, "But neither by my side nor in the hive do you find what you are looking for." Song Nansher, "You mean?" The queen bee smiled, "As far as I know, the reason those two humans wanted to enter the hive was because they thought you were going to look for something inside. And you want to go into the hive because you think they want to go in to find something." Song Nansher. Queen bee, "So." Song Nansher muttered, "So we're outsmarting the air." Everyone. The queen smiled but remained silent. Song Nansher was numb. After a long pause, she wiped her face and asked, "What are those two humans doing now?" The queen bee said tactfully, "They are trying to win the position of queen consort." Song Nansher, "That queen bee thinks they." The queen bee chimed in, "Her appearance is acceptable." Song Nansher paused for a moment, then said tactfully, "They are not easy to deal with." The queen bee smiled faintly, "It's all right, I just love gnawing on tough nuts." Song Nansher, "Moreover, this is disguise, if it's their real face." She thought about Zhu Mingzi's ordinary face and Gui Qing's face, which was completely hidden by a mask. She said tactfully, "Maybe it's a little ugly." Queen bee. She said calmly, "Give me the portrait so I can take a look." Without saying a word, Song Nansure took out a piece of white paper and used his spiritual power to leave 2 portraits on it. Then, without waiting for the queen bee to look, she clasped her hands in a fist salute and said, "Farewell." She left without hesitation. The queen watched their retreating figures and chuckled. "I never realized that the human boy I picked up at random had such great abilities, enough to break my formation." A moment later, another person suddenly appeared in the room and asked in a low voice, "Why did the queen let them go? Even if they are at the tribulation transcending stage, so many of my people." The queen bee raised her hand and said, "It's not just because of him, but also because of that rabbit among them." The man was puzzled. The queen said calmly, "The crown prince has returned." The man was startled. The queen bee turned around and said, "I'm afraid the crown prince doesn't intend for too many people to know. Don't spread this around." The man immediately responded. The queen bee then asked, "By the way, how are those 2 humans doing?" The man paused, then said with a heavy heart, "They're fighting tooth and nail with someone else to compete for the title of consort." The queen chuckled, lowered her head to pick up the portrait, and said calmly, "Let me see, if it still pleases my eye." Her smile froze. After a moment, she put down the portrait and said expressionlessly, "You can kick them out." The man asked, puzzled, the reason. "Queen, ugly." The man paused, then pointed at Gui Qing. "I think this one is not bad." The queen glanced indifferently at the masked youth in the painting. "I hate people who are even more pretentious than me." After leaving the town, Song Nansure and his group did not dare to linger this time. They ran for dozens of miles in one go until they could no longer see the town, and then they stopped in a dense forest. Then the junior brother from Sanjiu Peak plopped down on the ground, looked at the vast sky outside, and overwhelmed with sorrow, began to sob. Song Nansure had never seen such a delicate boy in his life. Startled by his swaying body, he couldn't help but look at the 2 men in the group. Yung Jifan paused, then looked up at the sky expressionlessly. Honest Jiangji looked left and right, then stilled himself and stepped forward, patting his junior brother on the shoulder, comforting him, "Don't cry. Life is long. What's a little setback? Just grit your teeth and get through this difficulty." The junior brother couldn't help but raise his tearful eyes and look at this famous senior brother of Longzifeng, hoping to hear some profound words from him. Then the eldest brother said frankly, "Then when you face even greater difficulties in the future, you will be able to take it all in stride and laugh it off." Song Nansure. She closed her eyes. The junior brother from Sanjiu Peak was stunned by his toxic chicken soup. Seeing that he had stopped crying, Jiangji couldn't help but smile smugly. Then the junior brother cried even louder. Jiangji was stunned and couldn't help but look at his junior sister, who looked the most delicate in the crowd. The junior sister had a social anxiety attack and retreated in fear. Jiangji felt a chill run down his spine from the crying and gave him a pleading look. The junior sister paused for a moment, then mentally prepared herself before approaching with a conflicted expression. She was quite cautious, stopping an arm's length away from him, then reaching out to pat his shoulder with her fingertips. Then the junior brother was suddenly slapped to the ground. His tears stopped abruptly, and he straightened up, looking up in horror. The junior sister clumsily slapped him twice more, and with those 2 slaps, he sank 3 inches into the ground. The junior sister looked conflicted. "Don't cry. Junior brother." He instantly stopped crying and said dryly, I won't cry anymore." The junior sister was delighted to see how easily he was coaxed and immediately got up. She looked down at the hand that had patted the other person's shoulder, feeling a little conflicted and disgusted, and then guiltily rubbed against the tree. A piece of bark was rubbed off. Seeing this, the junior brother, overcome with fear, immediately stopped crying, which was about to fall again. Qi Shuang looked at it with great disdain, and was very satisfied with his own physique, which allowed him to jump around even after being punched by Jiao, and couldn't help but puff out his chest like a rabbit. Song Nansure watched the whole thing from the sidelines and was amazed. Sure enough, the heroines in sweet romance novels are experts at coaxing people. Seeing that his junior brother had stopped crying, Yun Jifeng set up a fire nearby, and Song Nansure reluctantly went over to him. She tried to get closer to him. Junior brother, your surname is Luo, right? Junior brother Luo said weakly. Senior sister, my name is Luo Shui. Song Nansure smiled and said, Junior brother Luo Shui. Junior brother Luo Shui rallied, wiped away his tears, and said, Thank you so much, senior brothers and sisters, for saving my life. Song Nansure waved his hand, saying, It's not enough to ask for a life-saving favor. Junior brother Luo Shui said quietly, Then thank you, senior sister, for clearing my name. Song Nansure. She couldn't answer that question, so she asked, How did you encounter the queen bee, junior brother? Zhu Xiu also asked from the side, That's right. Wasn't your leg already broken by your martial uncle? Junior brother Luo Shui glanced over quietly. Song Nansure coughed heavily and tried to salvage the situation, saying, Does senior sister mean that you're going to part ways with that demon girl of yours? Zhu Xiu, that's right, that's right. She secretly slipped a handful of melon seeds to Song Nansure. Song Nansure remained calm, grabbed it firmly, and then looked straight at his junior brother Luo Shui. The junior brother sighed softly. Then he began to recite a poem. Once we were a pair of mandarin ducks, nestled among flowers and the moon. Now we are separated, our hearts broken. The two illiterate men, Song Nansure and Zhu Xiu, were startled and dropped the melon seeds in their hands. The two exchanged a glance, then looked at junior brother Luo Shui with expressions full of awe. Zhu Xiu immediately stuffed a handful of melon seeds into the hands of junior brother Luo Shui, saying earnestly, Please continue. Luo Shui. He held a handful of sunflower seeds blankly, his emotions completely shattered. The two of them urged him in unison, Keep going, keep going. Junior brother Luo Shui, continue what? Zhu Xiu reminded her, Is that mandarin duck? Song Nansure nodded, Yes, yes, heartbreak, heartbreak. Luo Shui. He's completely unaffected. He paused, then said dryly, Well, after I returned to the boundless sect, my master broke my legs and locked me up on the cliff of repentance. She didn't want me to go to the demon race, but I felt that I had to settle things with her, so I escaped and went to the demon race. The two nodded. And then? The sunflower seeds crackled and popped as they fell into the fire. Junior brother Luo Shui. He became increasingly dry. Then I entered the country through the border crossing next to Bitown. I happened to meet the queen bee outside Bitown. She accompanied me for a few days. We talked about everything from poetry and songs. I considered her a confidant. She then asked me if I would like to go back with her. I agreed. Song Nansure immediately understood. Then you'll discover that this is also a demon race that practices polyandry. Junior brother Luo Shui glanced at her and said quietly, More than that. He said with a resentful expression, I also discovered that she could not only talk to me about poetry and songs, but also discuss music theory and martial arts with other people. He said quietly, She was a confidant to everyone. When I asked her why she lied to me, she said that she simply loved everyone equally. Song Nansure. This junior brother and the Sea King are really destined to be together. She glanced at his face and secretly did some calculations. And so, she was destined to be a femme fatale. Song Nansure fell silent. In the short time it took to say just a few words, junior brother Luo Shui's emotions returned. He lowered his eyes and began to grieve alone. Song Nansure sighed and patted his shoulder, also feeling a pang of sadness. Then Yoon Jifeng handed over a pheasant that had just been plucked. Song Nansure glanced over subconsciously. Yoon Jifeng asked, chicken soup or roast chicken? After considering their group's chicken roasting skills, Song Nansure decisively said, chicken soup. So a group of people gathered together and started happily making soup. At this moment, junior brother Luo was still alone. But as the aroma of the chicken soup gradually spread, he felt he couldn't bear the sadness any longer. He subconsciously licked his lips. Then my stomach rumbled. He paused, then asked in a low voice, senior sister, this soup? But by then, the soup was almost done cooking, and the group of people started happily scrambling for it, so no one could hear him talking. Junior brother Luo Shui paused for a moment. He recalled the legends about this senior sister in the Boundless sect, paused, and said in the same tone, senior sister saved me this time. I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer 2,000 spirit stones to thank you for saving my life. Before he could finish speaking, Song Nansure turned around instantly, his eyes shining. What should we offer? Junior brother Luo Shui, 2,000 spirit stones. Then he silently watched her, and then glanced at the soup without leaving a trace. Song Nansure looked back for a moment, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. She immediately snatched the soup from Jiangji's hand, smiled, and personally served it to junior brother Luo Shui, saying gently, junior brother, have some soup. Luo Shui. He took a sip of the soup, which cost 2,000 spirit stones, with a complicated expression. By the fire, Jiangji was staring blankly at his empty hands. He was bewildered. Why did my third junior sister steal my soup? Yoon Jifeng remained calm. 2,000 spirit stones are probably more important. Jiangji, then why didn't she take it from you? Yoon Jifeng smiled reservedly. He humbly replied, I am probably more important than 2,000 spirit stones. Jiangji, you could just say that you're more important to your third junior sister than I am. He ladled out another bowl of soup, his expression indescribable. Then Yoon Jifeng took it. Yoon Jifeng said gently, thank you for leaving soup for Nansure. Jiangji? He looked down at the soup. There's only one bottom left. Jiangji? Are you too crazy? So when Song Nansure returned with the spirit stones, he found his senior brother looking depressed, while Yoon Jifeng said gently, I left you a bowl of soup. The eldest brother murmured from the side, yeah, they're stealing from me. Yoon Jifeng pretended not to hear. Drink it. Song Nansure paused, then guiltily drank his soup. After making do with a simple dinner, Yoon Jifeng left a fire, and the group rested on the spot. The group decided to keep watch by playing rock paper scissors. In the end, Jiangji and Yu Jiujiu kept watch for the first half of the night, while the others kept watch for the second half. Luo Shui watched with great surprise. The group that had been keeping watch for the rest of the night tidied up and gathered around the fire to make do. Then, as they turned around, they saw that junior brother Luo Shui had also begun his preparations. He first took out a pot of clean water, washed himself briefly, then took out a comb, untangled his hair, and then took out a pillow and a quilt. The group went from calm expressions to slowly opening their mouths wide, until he finally took out a bed. Song Nansure was completely stunned and couldn't help but ask, Junior brother, didn't you sneak out? Why are you still carrying this? Luo Shui hugged the pillow, feeling somewhat sad. These were all bought for me back then. She would buy me whatever I wanted, but now. He shook his head. Having seen the ocean, one finds it hard to be satisfied with mere streams. He hugged his pillow and fell onto the bed, nodding to them. Good night, senior brothers and sisters. Song Nansher. It turns out that having a wealthy partner is so wonderful. But her partner is clearly the villain who stirs up trouble in the original work, so why doesn't she feel the happiness of the rich? At this moment, Yoon Jifeng added, Nansher, I've laid out the animal hide for you. Come and sleep. Song Nansher turned his head and saw that he had laid out an animal skin 2 steps away from him. Song Nansher walked over directly, put the animal skin to his side, lay down on it, and then closed his eyes, resting his head on Yoon Jifeng's chest muscles. Forget it, let's just make do. What else can we do but get a divorce? Yoon Jifeng. He couldn't help but slow his breathing. The firelight was gentle, and the silence was profound. Because he had to keep watch for the second half of the night, Song Nansher fell asleep, but he didn't sleep very soundly and remained somewhat awake. So when it suddenly became quiet after midnight, she was the first to realize something was wrong. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that even the occasional sounds of Jiangji and the others poking at the fire and adding firewood were gone. It's not time for the shift change yet, are they asleep? The air was filled with the scent of night-blooming jasmine, making people feel drowsy. Wrong! Song Nansher suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, meeting Yoon Jifeng's gaze, who had also opened his eyes at some point. His eyes were clear, and when he saw Song Nan, he opened his eyes and gestured for her to be quiet. Song Nansher shut his mouth, held his breath, and glanced around discreetly. Zhu Xiu and the others slept soundly, and Jiangji and the others, who were supposed to keep watch, also fell asleep. This shouldn't be the case. In such an unfamiliar place, Jiangji and his group are not the type to be careless. The scent of the night-blooming jasmine grew stronger and stronger. Even holding your breath couldn't stop its fragrance. The two who were still awake exchanged a glance and got up at the same time. Yoon Jifeng went to call Luo Shui and the others, while Song Nansher went to call Zhu Xiu and Jiangji. Zhu Xiu was all right. She woke up quickly, and Song Nansher immediately gestured for her to be quiet. She went to call Jiangji again. Jiangji seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Song Nansher didn't want to make a loud noise, but even when old man Lu ran out of the jade pendant and shouted at him, he still didn't wake up. Song Nansher hardened his heart, summoned a cluster of flames, and flicked it onto his fingertips. Jiangji woke up in pain and opened his mouth to scream. Zhu Xiu and Song Nansher each covered his mouth tightly, one on each side. Everyone woke up, exchanged glances, and realized something was wrong. When the crucial moment arrived, they were not fools and realized how abnormal the situation was. Even though junior brother Luo Shui was still confused, he obediently shut his mouth. Song Nansher transmitted his voice. What kind of fragrance is this? Qi Xuan's face was grim, but he still transmitted his voice. It's some kind of demonic fragrance that can make people faint, and the effect is immediate. Song Nansher asked shrewdly, You're very familiar with this? Qi Xu settled down for a moment. He said, The reason I was chased so badly back then was because I lost most of my men in this demonic fragrance. Song Nansher, coming for you? Qi Xuan remained expressionless, 80%. After listening to their conversation, Jiangji quietly got up, gestured to everyone, and wanted to go out and take a look. Just as Song Nansher was about to stop him, a voice suddenly came from outside the dense forest. Everyone paused, and at the same time, they pricked up their ears. It was a hoarse male voice. Are they really all here? The news that just came in is absolutely true. Then drag them out, dead or alive. Then came the sound of rustling footsteps, as if a large group of people were heading in this direction. The group exchanged glances. Song Nansure suddenly smiled, a smile tinged with bloodlust. She took out her horoscope. Young Jifeng calmly drew his sword. Then there's Jiang Ji, Ju Xiu. So when the group of people reached the fire in an encircling formation, they saw a group of people holding weapons and looking calm. Everyone was startled. Song Nansure then smiled and said, "Are you looking for us?" The leader was startled, then laughed. "You're quite alert, but it's no use. You're already surrounded." Song Nansure chuckled. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Her fingers gently turned the horoscope. The next moment, the first cluster of flames suddenly ignited behind the group, then quickly spread into a wall of fire, enveloping them. They also surrounded Song Nansure and his group. Song Nansure said calmly, "It's clearly you who are surrounded by me. I advise you." Song Nansure thought for a moment and said, "I'll die on the spot." The leader's face twitched suddenly, and he roared, "Attack!" A group of demon cultivators immediately rushed over. Their goal was clear, Qi Shuang, but they didn't seem to intend to let the others go either. Several people slashed at Yu Jiujiu, who was carrying Qi Shuan. Yu Jiujiu reached out and grabbed a sword, turning it into scrap metal. She then kicked the fastest person, who had charged forward, away. Seeing that they were handling the situation well, Song Nansure turned around to dodge the claws reaching for him. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared and swiftly chopped off one of the man's claws. Thus, what appeared to be a numerical superiority turned into a one-sided massacre by Song Nansure and his men. But this massacre was not what Song Nansure had envisioned. The more she fought, the more uneasy she felt. The strength of this group was far different from what she had imagined. She couldn't believe that someone who had ambushed a demon prince to the point of desperation would send out a bunch of incompetent fools after learning of the demon prince's appearance. She wanted to keep a few alive for questioning, but these people were exceptionally fierce. Once they started fighting, they would fight to the death regardless of their strength. Song Nansure managed to subdue a few people and try to keep them alive, but when she turned around, she found that they had all committed suicide. So when this half-hearted assassination ended, apart from the corpses scattered all over the ground, some killed and some who had committed suicide, and the people who had escaped, they didn't see a single living person. They stood amidst the corpses, seemingly victorious, but everyone felt something was amiss. Song Nansure couldn't help but ask, "Qi Shuang, was the person who assassinated you this capable back then?" "Qi Shuan, if they had that kind of strength, I wouldn't be in such a desperate situation." He paused, then added, "But I've never smelled this demonic fragrance except for that assassination attempt." Song Nansure asked in bewilderment, "If they were truly the ones who assassinated you back then, why would they send out such a group of people to alert the enemy?" Young Jifeng also said, "Moreover, we just entered the demon realm. This is our first night, and we just left Bitown. How did they recognize Qi Shuan?" Qi Shuang frowned. "The Queen Bee seems to have recognized me. Did she betray me?" Song Nansure was suspicious but also rational, and immediately retorted, "It's unlikely. She's not the kind of person who would inform on others, and even if she did, they couldn't possibly have arrived so quickly." The group was completely baffled. Luo Shui, standing to the side, said weakly, "Shouldn't we leave here first? This place is full of corpses. It's really scary." Song Nansure turned his head and saw the Luo River. Although he was in a sorry state, he was not injured. Song Nansha sighed and said, "Forget it, let's travel through the night." Luo Shui couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to participate in the Immortal Cultivation Conference? I can lead the way." Song Nansha hadn't originally planned to go directly. She wanted to wander around. But after hearing this, she thought about it and said, "That's fine too." So, the group casually cast a cleansing spell and traveled through the night. It wasn't until noon the next day that they jumped off Song Nansha's destiny plate and saw the demon city on the invitation. The group desperately needed rest, so they headed straight for an inn upon entering the city. However, they searched for several inns, but all of them were full due to the Immortal Cultivation Tournament. They wanted to join the Boundless Sect, but found that the Boundless Sect was very reserved because of a falling out with the Immortal Alliance, so they decided to come back one last time. Song Nansha hung up the communication talisman looking disheveled and said heavily, "Let's look for a bridge underpass and see which one is comfortable to live under." The others were also burdened. However, just then, a glimmer of hope appeared. A familiar voice suddenly came from a nearby inn. "Is that Fairy Song?" Song Nansha looked up. Then a head popped out from the second floor of the inn. It was the Immortal Alliance elder, who had just said goodbye. He smiled very kindly and said, "Can't find an inn. Come, come, we'll spare a few rooms for you." Then Song Nansha and his group were invited to the inn. She was still in a daze when the Immortal Alliance elders, being very hospitable, immediately cleared out several rooms and personally invited them in. Song Nansha was led in with a bewildered look on his face. When he looked up, he saw a lifelike statue of the god of wealth on the table in the room. In front of the statue were incense, candles and fruits, as if a sacrifice had just been performed. "It's the face of that idol." Song Nansha stared blankly, wondering how she looked so much like her. She turned to look at the elder, only to see him looking at her guiltily. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. The next moment, the elder's disciple suddenly rushed in, grabbed the statue of the god of wealth and ran away, saying guiltily, "This is my personal property, my personal property. Any resemblance to actual persons or events is purely coincidental." Song Nansha, caught in the coincidence. How did she, a poor wretch, become a god of wealth? And she then looked at the relieved elder of the Immortal Alliance and said tactfully, "Elder, since you've used my face, what about the portrait fee?" "Elder, they didn't worship the wrong god of wealth." Someone who would worship Song Nansha, this poor wretch, as a god of wealth would naturally not give her any portrait fee. After the Immortal Alliance elders made an excuse to slip away, Song Nansha said to Yun Jifeng, speechless, "Have you ever seen a god of wealth as poor as me?" "Yun Jifeng, I've seen it now." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Nansha suddenly adopted a prayer posture, his expression extremely devout. "Yun Jifeng, what are you doing?" "Song Nansha, since they all worship me, I'll worship myself too, and see if I can be blessed to become rich." Yun Jifeng hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but remind her, "You just received a commission from Miss Jiang Yuan, so you're not exactly poor." Song Nansha was stunned for a moment before she remembered that she now carried tens of thousands of spirit stones with her. She clicked her tongue, adjusted to her new identity for a moment, and finally couldn't help but say, "But why don't I feel rich at all?" For some reason, she felt that other people's money was real money, while her own money was all Schrodinger's money. Yun Jifeng, who was standing to the side, was silent for a moment, then said, "It's probably because you haven't spent your money yet. If you haven't spent it, you naturally won't feel rich." After thinking about it, Song Nansure felt that what Yoon Jifeng said made a lot of sense. This is the same principle as flaunting wealth. If you don't flaunt it, how will others think you're rich? Then she went downstairs and said, I'll go get 2 bowls of soy milk now. She decided to flaunt her wealth. Yoon Jifeng. He had never seen anyone flaunt their wealth by having 2 bowls of soy milk. No wonder she's his sweetheart. Even her flaunting of wealth is done in such a refined and elegant way. He couldn't help but say tactfully, there are so many people here. If it's just the 2 of us drinking, others might have something to say. At least show off your wealth a few more times. Then Song Nansure turned around in surprise and said, How come it's you and me drinking? I didn't mean for you to drink. Yoon Jifeng paused, unable to suppress his jealousy. Then your first bowl was. Song Nansure, showing off your wealth, huh? I'm going to drink 1 bowl and then pour the other out. Yoon Jifeng. He remained silent for a long time before calmly saying, Okay, go ahead. Then he watched Song Nansure's back and calmly sat down on the stool. Jiangji and the others were assigning rooms and wanted to ask Song Nansure for advice, but when they turned around and didn't see her, they asked, Where's junior sister? Yoon Jifeng said calmly, He's off showing off his wealth. Jiangji? He asked cautiously, What did she go to buy? It's unlikely to be something like pearls, jade, agate, or spices, things that look good but are useless. It wouldn't be good to get scammed. Yoon Jifeng's expression became even more serene. He said, 2 bowls of soy milk. Jiangji. He stood up and said to Zhu Xiu and the others, who were still assigning rooms, Stop arguing. Give the room with the best sunlight to junior sister. Junior sister, you're in trouble. At the same time, the miserable junior sister excitedly went downstairs, just about to order 2 bowls of soy milk, when she saw junior brother Luo Shui standing in front of the shopkeeper talking to him. She listened curiously for a moment. Then I discovered that my junior brother was showing off his wealth. The delicate junior brother said softly, I brought my own bedding and blankets for the room. Could you please change them for me? Also, could you please change the tea set to white porcelain and bring a pot of the finest Linshan tea? I wonder if you have any benzo in here. If so, could you please buy some to burn for me? I'm not really used to the food here. The junior brother spoke softly and gently, which made the shopkeeper smile broadly, while Song Nansure's smile gradually disappeared. After the junior brother finished speaking, the shopkeeper responded enthusiastically. He looked up and saw Song Nansure standing on the stairs. He realized that they had come together and seemed to be senior and junior siblings. If the junior brother was so arrogant, then the senior sister must be just as good. He immediately asked enthusiastically, What are your orders, fairy? Song Nansure. She swallowed hard and said weakly, I just wanted to ask if you have soy milk. The shopkeeper's smile faltered slightly, but he still said, Yes, we do. Do you want beans from the Southern Territory that cost 100 gold coins per tael? Or beans from the royal family that cost 100 spirit stones per tael? Song Nansure. What kind of bean? A gold bean. She remained silent for a moment before saying, I just want regular beans. Don't you have any? The shopkeeper then fell silent. He glanced at his junior brother Luo Shui, then at Song Nansure, and said dryly, Oh, the one with sugar is 4 coins, and the one without sugar is 3 coins. After considering it for a moment, Song Nansure said, Then let's have a bowl without sugar. After saying that, she went upstairs feeling refreshed, forgetting even her vow to drink 1 bowl of wine and then throw it away. Only after returning home did she quietly ask Qishun, Does your royal family drink soy milk that costs 100 spirit stones per ounce? The demon prince looked completely bewildered and blurted out, "Is this soy milk made from golden beans?" Seeing that even the demon prince had never drunk this, Song Nansure felt comfortable. She left satisfied, but Qi Shuang pondered with difficulty. Is soy milk in their royal family really that expensive? Then on the first day, he had the opportunity to inquire about this news. After sleeping soundly all night, Song Nansure felt refreshed and decided to sell Qi Shuang to and deliver him to the demon emperor right now. When she announced her decision, everyone else remained calm, except for Qi Shuan, who was shocked. The rabbit raised its voice. "You're so eager to sell me?" Song Nansure picked at his ear and couldn't help but say earnestly, "How can you sell this? The invitation says that the Immortal Dao Assembly will only last a few days. Since you have no choice but to attend the Immortal Dao Assembly, you will have to go back sooner or later. Going back earlier will alleviate some of other people's concerns. Otherwise, if the Demon Emperor is busy with the Immortal Dao Assembly and you, the Crown Prince, are not showing up, is that appropriate?" Qi Shuang thought it made a lot of sense. But he felt it was useless. Everyone else was enthusiastically discussing how to send him back, and his sweetheart was sitting happily listening to him. Everyone had a bright future ahead of them, but Qi Shuan was the only one who felt like vomiting blood. Looking at the cheerful Yu Jiujiu, he was overcome with sadness. Then he decided to save himself. He argued, "But given the current situation, shouldn't I contact my trusted subordinates first, and then proceed gradually? Those who tried to assassinate me still haven't been found." Song Nansure glanced at him, and seeing that he still didn't understand, he couldn't help but be more direct. She said, "Under normal circumstances, if you have trusted subordinates and your relationship with the Demon Emperor is just average, we would naturally send you to contact your subordinates first." Qi Shuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then Song Nansure pointed out incisively, "But in the current situation, can you guarantee that your trusted subordinates are truly your trusted confidants?" Qi Shuang paused. Song Nansure glanced at him and continued, "Back then, you said you were ambushed while leading a group of trusted subordinates on a mission. Since they were all trusted subordinates and far from the palace, your whereabouts shouldn't have been so easily exposed. But the truth is, not only were your whereabouts exposed, but you didn't even get any help." She said with a half smile, "You've been with us for over a year, and you've never shown any intention of going back, nor have you contacted any of your subordinates. I don't believe you haven't had a chance to contact the outside world in all this time, so." She concluded definitively, "You've long suspected that someone among your confidants has betrayed you, haven't you?" Qi Shuang did not speak. He did have his doubts. He had doubts from the very beginning, and he still has doubts now. It was precisely for this reason that, seeing that he had no choice but to appear this time, he never thought of contacting his subordinates, but was willing to sell himself twice in exchange for Song Nansure and the others protecting him. He thought about it and reluctantly admitted that what Song Nansure said made sense. His expression softened somewhat, but he still said, "There's no need to sell me to the Demon Emperor right now." Song Nansure reminded him, "We are here to escort you back." Qi Shuan. He remained expressionless. "Fine, escort me back. But you don't need to rush. There's still some time before the Immortal Clan Assembly. I know nothing about the situation of the demon race right now. Going back like this would put me at a disadvantage. At least let me gather information and take the initiative." Before he could finish speaking, Song Nansure shook his head and said, "It's too late." Qi Shuan, "What's too late?" Song Nansure, "On our first day in the demon realm, we were met with our first wave of assassination attempts. The meaning of those attempts was unclear, but it also showed that the people chasing you had discovered your whereabouts. One is one, and so it is. Now we are in the open while they are in the dark. We can't guarantee that you will always be within their sight. It's too easy for them to strike in the shadows. So, she said firmly, the most important thing now is not what intelligence you gather or what initiative you gain, but to quickly put yourself in the spotlight, so that those who know you've been missing can see your back, and those who don't know can see you've emerged from seclusion. The more eyes are on you, the harder it will be for them to make a move in secret. Qi Shuang looked thoughtful. Seeing this, Yun Jifeng said, moreover, you'd better be more high profile. It's the Immortal Dao Assembly, so you can appear openly and honestly. The more you show up, the more passive they will be. Qi Shuang was completely convinced this time. He looked at Song Nansure, never expecting that she was genuinely thinking of him this time. He was somewhat moved and said, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about my affairs. Take it to heart. But before he could finish speaking, Song Nansure said matter-of-factly, of course, there's another very important reason. If you really don't go back until the Immortal Dao Assembly starts, we won't have time to send you back for your first time. Qi Xuan. He was so moved that he was wasted his time. After finishing his sentence, Song Nansure turned around and asked, by the way, what were you about to say? Qi Xuan, no, it's nothing, it's over. Song Nansure tentatively asked, then we'll sell and send you back. Qi Xuan said calmly, go ahead and sell them. Then he listened to everyone's delighted discussion about the prince's 100 ways of selling. In the end, they decided to use the simplest method. So, Qi Shuang watched blankly as Song Nansure tied a bow on his head, and then a group of people carried him and swaggered off to the Demon Royal Palace. Qi Xuan, is this how you plan to send me back? Song Nansure, yes, yes. Qi Shuang, and this bow? Song Nansure thought for a moment. Politeness. Qi Xuan still tried to struggle. Then how will you protect me after you send me in? There has never been a precedent for a human to live in the Demon Royal Palace. Song Nansure had already thought it through. She said, we'll send you in first, and then we'll secretly follow you once you leave the palace. When you encounter another assassination attempt, we'll save you again. This way, we can not only get the first reward, but you'll also have an excuse to come out and live with us. Qi Xuan's fur was practically standing on end. Will I be assassinated again? Song Nansure said matter-of-factly, the Immortal Dao Assembly will be held soon. When you appear, it will truly announce to the whole world that you have returned. It will be difficult for them to make a move then. Of course, they will take advantage of the Immortal Dao Assembly to make a move against you, and this time it will definitely not be a small-scale fight. Qi Xuan struggled. They can't possibly make a move in the palace. Song Nansure hit the nail on the head. You can't just stay in the palace and never come out. Of course he can't. Qi Xuan remained silent for a moment, then said with a despair in his heart, actually, you just want to sell my virginity, don't you? Song Nansure, hee. He couldn't help but look at Yu Jiujiu. Yu Jiujiu paused, then hesitated before saying, then, I will definitely protect you when you leave the palace. Upon hearing this, Qi Shuang was immediately moved to tears. He thought, with those words, he felt it was all worthwhile. Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief and carried the touched rabbit all the way to the palace. The palace was not so easy to enter. Before they even got close, they were surrounded by demon soldiers who suddenly appeared. The leader of the demon soldiers said coldly, this is the Imperial Palace. Leave immediately. Song Nansure lifted the rabbit forward and said, we're here to deliver someone. At this moment, Qi Xuan was just an ordinary black rabbit, without the red diamond-shaped demonic mark of the whole rabbit clan on his forehead. Although the head guard knew about the prince's disappearance, he didn't recognize the rabbit as the prince at first glance. So he said after only one look, "Our demon emperor is a whole rabbit, so we don't eat rabbits. You've sent the wrong thing if you want to please his majesty. It's understandable that you don't know this since you are human. Now go." Song Nansure couldn't help but glance at Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan's already dark face became even darker. Not wanting his ordinary guards to know that he had been missing and brought back, he gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice, "Dog. Open your dog eyes and see who I am." A dog. You can really tell the race just by listening to it. And they really are dog eyes. Song Nansure was inwardly criticizing the naming skills of the demon race when the head guard named Kwang Eagle suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was shocked. You. Qi Xuan said succinctly, "Enter the palace." So, a quarter of an hour later, Song Nansure and his companions were welcomed into the demon clan's main hall. Qi Xuan sat upright in a chair, his paws placed properly, looking very serious. While looking at the crown prince, Kwang Eagle felt anxious and worried. Is the crown prince unable to even transform back into human form? How much suffering has he endured outside? Moreover, His Majesty left the palace early this morning. He dared not delay for a moment, ordering people to chase after His Majesty, while also going to see Song Nansure and the others. Song Nansure smiled at him. Even the dog couldn't help but laugh. So Song Nansure couldn't help but ask, "Is the dog general based on a dog?" The dog's eyes lit up and it immediately said, "You have a discerning eye. I am the first in my dog clan." Song Nansure. That's true. After saying this, everyone sat down. Kwang Eagle, who dared not let others see them because of the secrecy, couldn't help but feel uneasy. He glanced at the crown prince. The crown prince did not intend to speak. Kwang Eagle forced a polite greeting. "Thank you all for bringing the crown prince back." When Song Nansure realized that the point had been made, his spirits lifted, and he said warmly, "Not at all. It's what we should do." Kwang Eagle was a little touched and was about to say something when Song Nansure followed up, saying, "After all, His Majesty's generosity is truly remarkable." She looked at the dog. "You agree, right?" "Dog. Okay, I came here for 100,000. He said weakly, "When His Majesty returns, I will definitely thank you all." Song Nansure smiled and said, "No problem, no problem." Then, not long after, the legendary demon emperor returned, weary from his journey. The moment he came in and saw Qi Xuan, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over to hug him, saying, "You're back. That's wonderful." Seeing this scene of fatherly love and filial piety, Song Nansure thought to himself, "This doesn't seem like what Qi Xuan said about their father-son relationship being just SO. Isn't this great?" Then she heard the demon emperor say, "If you hadn't come back, I was going to raise the bounty to 300,000. Luckily, you came back in time, saving me 100,000. Song Nansure. Her expression changed. 300,000. She suddenly realized she was wrong. She should have listened to Qi Xuan and sent him back later. At this moment, no amount of words can express her regret. At that moment, the demon emperor also saw them and asked, "Who are these people?" Qi Xuan suddenly smiled. He said cheerfully, "It's the person who brought me back who's here to collect a reward of 100,000. Then he saw that his father's expression had also changed. This contrasted sharply with Song Nanshure's ashen complexion. He suddenly felt that coming back wouldn't be bad. The Demon Emperor and Song Nansher stared at each other, wide-eyed. The Demon Emperor tentatively spoke first. Are you my son's friends? If so, this 10万. Never mind. Song Nansher interrupted him expressionlessly. Your Majesty, why don't we take the person back again and send them back after you mention 300,000? Qi Shun chimed in. I think it's great. Demon Emperor. Without hesitation, he said, one dog. Go to my treasury and bring me 100,000. Then he gave Song Nansher and the others a stiff smile, picked up his son, who had been egging him on, and said, excuse me for a moment. He picked up Qi Shuang and headed towards the inner hall. As the dog went to retrieve the spirit stones, a guard from the Demon Emperor's side approached him timidly and asked, Gentlemen, would you like something to drink? Song Nansher, feeling utterly hopeless, glanced at him. Then, listlessly, he said, I heard that your demon royal family has soy milk that costs 100 spirit stones per ounce. Please give us a bowl. Guard. He wondered blankly, does their palace have such expensive soy milk? Meanwhile, in the inner chamber, the Demon Emperor frowned and asked Qi Shun, why are you in your original form? Can't you transform back into human form? Are you seriously injured? Qi Shun thought for a moment and said, it can change. The Demon King then said, then change back. It feels strange talking to you like this. His son was very strong-willed from a young age. Ever since he turned free and could transform into human form, he never reverted to his original form in front of him. Even if it recovers, it will be the massive form of the Hutu clan during battle, not this weak, frail rabbit-like form. But to his surprise, his strong-willed son flatly refused him. Qi Shuang calmly said, I think the original design is quite good, it saves space. Demon Emperor. He and his son stared at each other, wide-eyed. He suddenly began to doubt whether the person in front of him was his son. Just then, the bewildered guard knocked on the door. The Demon Emperor asked irritably, What? The guard walked in, looking bewildered, and said, it was the humans who escorted the crown prince back who made the request. The Demon Emperor didn't care, then tried to satisfy them as much as possible. The guard said, that's why I came to ask His Majesty. He paused, puzzled, and asked, where is the soy milk in our palace that costs 100 spirit stones per tael? The Demon Emperor nearly spat out his tea. He blurted out, soy milk that costs 100 spirit stones per ounce. Golden juice? Qi Shun. He closed his eyes tightly. Qi Shuang thought of the royal supply soy milk that Song Nansher had mentioned last night, a drink that even he had never tasted. He should have thought of that sooner. Since she had the opportunity to come to this palace, how could she not take advantage of it to satisfy her curiosity? At this moment, the Demon Emperor turned his head, shocked. Did you tell her that the soy milk we drink in our palace costs 100 spirit stones per ounce? He was genuinely shocked, looking his son up and down, unable to understand how his son, who had never cared much about money before, had become so vain and flaunting his wealth after only a year away. Qi Shuang took a deep breath and explained, it's just that the inns outside used our demon palace as a nice-sounding name to attract business and make money. My friend believed it after hearing it, so he wanted to give it a try. He also managed to find a weak excuse for Song Nansher's opportunistic behavior. The Demon Emperor reluctantly accepted this excuse and nodded, saying, yes, we in the demon palace don't drink soy milk much. You've been drinking radish juice the most since you were a child. Qi Shun. So he never understood why, even though Hutu wasn't a rabbit, the most common drink in the entire demon palace was radish juice. It is said that when his father was young, before he had subdued the various demon tribes, he insisted on setting the diet according to the habits of the rabbit tribe in order to win over the ordinary demon tribes. His purpose was to make the ancient whole rabbit tribe appear more approachable. But he remained skeptical of this reason. At this moment, the demon emperor waved his hand and said, "Never mind, give each of them a cup of radish juice." "Guard, yes." He turned and laughed, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping himself. Then the demon emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at Qishun, saying, "I didn't say anything in front of outsiders just now, but now I'm asking you, were you with them for the past year or so that you were missing? These should be your friends, right?" Qishun settled in. Then he thought about his own position. Finally, he decisively said, "I am indeed with them, but I am probably not their friend." The Demon King was puzzled. "They took care of you for a year and didn't kick you out. If they're not friends, what are they after? Do they want to be bodhisattvas? What is the relationship between you?" Qi Shuang remained silent for a moment before finding a suitable description. He said with a weary expression, "I'm probably their pet and punching bag." Demon Emperor. It sounds like his son is having a terrible time. But when he first met him, he seemed to be enjoying himself. The Demon Emperor took a deep breath and barely managed to steer the conversation back on track, saying, "Whether they're friends or punching bags, you at least know each other, so why are they asking for a reward for bringing you back this time?" Qi Shun immediately became alert. Is Father Emperor planning not to give them the reward? The Demon Emperor immediately retorted, "How could I be such a person?" Qi Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard his father say, "But if they send their friends back and refuse to accept the gifts?" Qi Shun fell silent. Then he calmly said, "Impossible. You can't get them to give up the money unless you announce your abdication of the throne on the spot." The Demon Emperor glared at him immediately. Qi Shuang glared back with his rabbit eyes. Feeling guilty, the Demon Emperor turned his head away. Qi Shuang was very puzzled. Although his relationship with his father was so, he knew that his father was not a stingy person and would never do something like withholding the reward money. He was not comparable to Song Nansha. They were not comparable. In short, in his memory, the Demon Emperor was still a very generous Demon Emperor. But somehow, it feels like the whole world is now looking up to Song Nansha the moment he comes back. He couldn't help but ask, "Father, is the demon race facing any difficulties?" He was just asking casually. He didn't think the demon race had any real difficulties that would make the Demon Emperor unable to come up with even 200,000 spirit stones. Then the Demon Emperor sighed and said, "You guessed right. It really is true." Qi Shun was shocked and blurted out, "What? Is our demon race going to be wiped out? Or is it that Father Emperor is no longer able to hold the position of Demon Lord, and the Demon Palace is about to change hands?" Demon Emperor. He narrowed his eyes and asked gently, "If that's really the case, what will you do?" Qi Shun glanced at him. Then he said without any politeness, "Then you can abdicate in my place right now, and I'll see if my son can be saved." The Demon Emperor was so angry that he laughed, not expecting the man to actually dare to say such a thing. He said, "All right, it's not as serious as you think, but..." He paused for a moment, then said, "The demon race might need a lot of money in the future, so I have to be careful with my spending now." Qi Shun was very puzzled when he heard this. What is the future of the demon race? How could Father Emperor know the future of the demon race? Could he possibly be like Song Nansha, able to predict it with a simple calculation? But the Demon Emperor clearly didn't intend to say more, and directly asked, So, can you save some of your bounty by being friends with someone? Qi Xuan. He hadn't told his father yet that not only would he not be able to save any money, but Song Nansure was also planning to sell him a second time. He swallowed his words and wisely uttered 2 words, "No." The Demon Emperor sighed. "Forget it. I didn't expect anything from you anyway. Tell me about your disappearance this time. More than a year ago, I only found your lost Crown Prince's token at the place where you disappeared. There was no trace of anything else. If your soul lamp hadn't been still burning, I would have almost thought you were dead." Qi Shu paused for a moment, then carefully recounted the events of the day he was ambushed. But actually, he didn't have much to say, because the ambush was too sudden, and he didn't even have time to react before the whole team was scattered. He was protected by his confidants and chased all the way, but the number of his confidants around him decreased until finally, he was chased to the human race, where he collapsed outside the Wuyang sect after running out of ammunition and food, and was picked up by Song Nansure. Then it almost got turned into a spicy rabbit head. He only vaguely mentioned it, skipping over the outrageous deal between him and Song Nansure, only saying that after they accidentally saw the Demon Emperor's secret order, they took advantage of the Immortal Dao Assembly to send him back. After he finished speaking, the Demon Emperor looked at him with a half smile. The Demon Emperor asked directly, "During this past year, you've only been recuperating and haven't had the opportunity to contact the demon race or me?" Qi Shuang said calmly, "At first it was indeed to recuperate, but later, I felt that Father Emperor had been saying that I was in seclusion, so he must have his reasons. If I went back, I was afraid it would ruin Father Emperor's plans, so I stayed for the time being." It sounds like a lie. It's just that he no longer trusts his own trusted confidants and is unwilling to entrust his life to his father, the Emperor, when he is still weak. The Demon Emperor didn't pay much attention. This was how father and son had always interacted. The Demon Emperor had many sons, but he never appointed a crown prince. He coldly watched his sons fight each other for the crown prince position until Qi Xuan, an insignificant son whose name he barely remembered, fought his way out from among his sons and stood directly in front of him to ask for the crown prince position. Only then was the position of crown prince settled. Outsiders all felt that the father and son were estranged. Whether it was the Demon Emperor's initial neglect of Qi Xuan or Qi Xuan's almost coercive request to establish a crown prince, the father and son would one day become irreconcilable enemies. But the Demon Emperor himself thought they were doing quite well. Although he was a member of the Hotu clan, he couldn't really raise his son to be a rabbit. Having a prince like a wolf was better than having a prince like a rabbit who could be torn apart at any moment. It wasn't easy for him to win the hearts of all the tribes. Having a crown prince who could fight him to the death to continue suppressing the various tribes was better than finding an obedient but useless crown prince who would ruin his hard work. So let's just make do. The Demon Emperor pondered this for a moment, but did not reveal it to Qi Xuan. He knew that Qi Shuang was lying to him, and Qi Shuang himself knew that he knew too. They both kept it to themselves. He only said, "I investigated for more than a year after you left. They cleaned it up so thoroughly that I couldn't find anything else, but there were unusual movements in the Lion clan before and after your disappearance." Qi Xuan was startled. He couldn't help but ask, "Is it the Lion clan that competed with you for the title of Demon Emperor back then? Weren't they banished by you? The old Lion King is dead, and his clan was defeated and scattered. What kind of trouble can they possibly cause?" The Demon Emperor smiled. He said, "So that's the problem." He said casually, "The tribes that followed the old Lion King back then have all made some noise. I just don't understand whether the old Lion King has come back to life or they have chosen a new king and want to cause a big disturbance. Qi Xuan was also frustrated. Even if they want to cause trouble, what's the big deal if they lay a hand on me? Even if I'm gone, you still have a bunch of sons. If they're useless, you can still have more children. Your Majesty, you can live for at least a few hundred more years, right? The Demon Emperor glared at him. I didn't see the installation of the pool. He continued, what's the point of messing with me other than angering His Majesty? The Demon Emperor glanced at him but said nothing. What he didn't say was that what was even stranger wasn't that they suddenly attacked the Crown Prince, but that he discovered that before they took action, these groups of people scattered all over the country had no contact whatsoever. Yet, they suddenly acted as if they had coordinated through some channel he didn't know about. It's still the same group of people from back then. He clapped his hands and said, all right, that Quan Ergo should be able to take out the spirit stones soon. The Demon Palace doesn't keep outsiders. Now that you're back, send your group of friends out. Qi Xuan couldn't help but say, aren't you going to deliver it yourself? The Demon Emperor said expressionlessly, I don't want to see how others take my 200,000. Qi Xuan. To be honest, in a few days, they might take another 200,000 from you. Oh no, is the whole world now following Song Nanshi's example? Qi Xuan jumped off the chair with great distress and hopped away. The Demon Emperor couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to revert to human form and see them off? Qi Xuan, I'm afraid of getting beaten up. Demon Emperor. Just then, a prince who was still living in the Demon Palace heard that his elder brother, the Crown Prince, seemed to have returned, and couldn't help but come over to inquire. They happened to run into Qi Xuan, who was hopping and skipping. The prince was taken aback, then couldn't help but gloat, brother, what happened to you? Your injuries are so severe that you can't even return to your original form. Qi Xuan glanced at him, said nothing, and walked past him. The prince met his father's disdainful gaze and felt a surge of hatred. He thought to himself, what are you so smug about now that you're like this? He glanced up and saw that his father in the palace was just looking down at something and didn't seem to be stopping him. He subtly stuck out his foot, intending to teach his father a lesson. Then Qi Xuan jumped over his feet without changing his expression. With that jump, the prince felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder had suddenly pressed down on his feet. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and then screamed. Qi Xuan laughed without looking back. Hearing the scream, the Demon Emperor hissed and said, this strength, did the Crown Prince secretly cultivate his body while he was missing? Well, it's alright. The best way for demons to cultivate is to strengthen their physical body. It's just that fewer and fewer people pay attention to this aspect these days. He paused, then suddenly asked, have you found out who the people who escorted the Crown Prince back were? A figure suddenly appeared in the empty palace. The figure bowed and said, Your Majesty, you also know this person. The Demon Emperor raised an eyebrow in interest. The man succinctly stated, Song Nanshi, who attended the Hwan Sex Grand Ceremony, had her invitation sent out separately by someone else at your request. The Demon Emperor paused. He couldn't help but mutter, that's quite a coincidence. When Qi Xuan hopped to the main hall in front, Song Nanshi was enjoying a cup of radish juice. Qi Xuan couldn't help but pause when he saw the radish juice. When Song Nanshi saw him arrive, she greeted him warmly. Would you like some radish juice? The prince, who was entertained at his own home, said no, thank you. Song Nanshi clicked his tongue and said, so it was a misconception. What you drink isn't soy milk that costs 100 spirit stones a bowl, but radish juice that costs 100 spirit stones a cup. Qi Xuan. So you're determined to get 100 spirit stones, huh? He took a deep breath, skipped the topic, and asked, did Kwang Ergo deliver the 200,000? Upon hearing this, Song Nansure immediately felt that even radish juice had lost its flavor. She replied dejectedly, no. Upon hearing this, Qi Xuan was about to urge him when he saw Kwang Ergo arrive, covered in sweat, carrying 2 storage rings. Just as Qi Xuan was about to get up, Song Nansure warmly greeted him. Kwang Ergo was somewhat touched when he saw her get up to greet him. And then the storage ring in his hand disappeared. Kwang Ergo. He stood there dejectedly. At this moment, Song Nansure had already probed his storage ring with his divine sense and started counting money. After counting for a while, and seeing that it really was 200,000, she praised the demon emperor in her heart for his honesty, and then turned to Qi Xuan without hesitation, cupping her fists and saying, farewell. Qi Xuan, who still wanted to say something to Yu Jiujiu, was speechless. He couldn't help but ask, Jiujiu, is there anything you want to tell me? Yu Jiujiu couldn't help but turn around. He was sitting on the stool with only one rabbit, and he looked rather pitiful. She paused, then whispered, then take good care of your injury. Qi Xuan's whole body lit up instantly, and he immediately shouted, okay. I'll definitely get better. Don't worry, Jiao. Next time you hit me, I'll definitely be able to withstand any beating you give me. Yu Jiao. Senior sister. There's a pervert. Everyone. You're really a complete pervert. A group of people walked out of the demon palace with mixed feelings. Kwang Ergo saw them off at the palace gate, and said warmly, you are welcome to visit us anytime. Song Nansure laughed. She said gently, don't worry, we will definitely come again. After all, she had a very strong intuition. The same group that attacked Qi Xuan back then will attack again. Then her second 200,000 will come. Kwang Ergo. He was just being polite. A group of people left the palace and returned to the demon city. They originally planned to return the way they came, but 2 human sects blocked their way, apparently arguing and fighting. One of the sects was entirely composed of bald men, clearly the bald monks of the 10,000 Buddha sect, the holy monks. It's not surprising that a group of Buddhist practitioners and a group of Taoist practitioners would argue. After all, the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism has never stopped throughout history. Song Nansure didn't want to listen to them argue for 3 days and 3 nights, so he gave the crowd a look and immediately took a detour. As soon as they turned around, Song Nansure heard a sound as warm and smooth as jade striking stone. Shengxiu, what's going on up ahead? Song Nansure was completely stunned and immediately turned around. Honestly, the best voice she had ever heard in her life was Yun Jifen's, but this voice, while different in style from Yun Jifen's, was just as beautiful. Then someone called out Buddha's disciple. He's actually a Buddhist disciple. Song Nansure really wanted to see what the Buddha looked like, but unfortunately, she was always blocked from seeing clearly. She wanted to turn back, but then her own face was turned back first. Before him stood Yun Jifen's dark face. What are you looking at? Song Nansure, you've misunderstood, it's nothing? Yun Jifen remained expressionless. Feeling guilty, she said, let's go, let's take a detour. So we had to take a detour. The second route back to the city is a longer one, and there are very few people on the road. It's very desolate. The road was so desolate that it was surrounded by dense forests and mountains. On one of the mountains, Song Nansure could even see a dilapidated and abandoned tower, the purpose of which was unknown. She glanced at it only once before looking away, seemingly unconcerned. But the moment her gaze swept past the tower, she suddenly felt a pang in her heart and instinctively stopped. She immediately turned her head to look again. That feeling had vanished. All she could see in her vision, besides the tower, were two startled birds that had taken flight. Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Song Nansure looked away again, his expression thoughtful. "No, nothing," she said. "Let's go back." Meanwhile, outside Bitang, Kasha Seed and Ghost Minister are fighting. The reason they fought was their faces. Ever since being thrown out by the Queen Bee a few days ago, Ju Mingzi,